The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Redemption's on the line at the American Cup in St. Louis. The open section was all business, with legends fighting tooth and nail to force a playoff where Levon Aronian eked out the win to conquer the elimination bracket. Carissa Yip wasted no time starting her revenge tour, dispatching her opponent to set up a rematch with her best friend and rival for all the marbles. The final battle for the American Cup is about to begin. Day 8 of brilliant chess. Coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 8 of the American Chess. Today we will see a thrilling grand finals after a week of intense battles. Wesley, the winner of the Champions bracket, will face Levon Aronian, the winners of the elimination bracket. And in the women's section, we will see two rising stars playing their rematch again, Carissa Yip versus Alice Lee. Will they deliver fireworks? Stay tuned and don't miss all the actions.
Hello everyone and welcome to the American Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-host Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, what a turn of events we witnessed yesterday.
Absolutely, Yasser. Top seed Fabiano Caruana got eliminated, but we have amazing finals coming up.
We do indeed. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. It's the month of March, March Madness, and we are in our Final Fours for the chess, of course. Nazi, do the honors. Results. I'm still recovering.
It was a shocking day yesterday. Let's have a look at the results. Carissa Yip managed to defeat Tatev Abrahamian in the rapid section with 2-0, but it was a great fight by Tatev in that second game especially.
Yeah, Carissa really got fortunate in game 2 that it wasn't tied up. How about in the elimination bracket for the Open?
For the Open, in the rapid match was tied. Fabiano won the first game, Levon bounced back in the second game, so they went to play the Blitz playoff. And that's where Levon managed to defeat Fabi with 1.5 points.
Tricky. And tell us about the format for this year's American Cup.
It's an 8-player double elimination bracket. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. And since today we only have Champions bracket, I'll talk about that time control. They'll play 2 classical games with 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. If there's a tie, we will see Blitz playoffs. If there's still tie, we'll reach an Armageddon.
Well, our schedule today is pretty clean, pretty dry.
Yes, it's the grand finals. Today they'll play first of their 2 classical games.
And Maurice, we're so delighted to have you as part of our commentary. It's great to have you back with us. But boy, I got to tell you, one trickster, Levon, he's worth talking about.
Yes, it is the nature of the American Cup that there are various paths the players might take to get to the grand final. And we saw Alice Lee, she just got the job done very smoothly. Wesley as well. Not that there weren't difficult battles, but it's just the easiest path, or at least the shortest path you could take. Carissa Yip got knocked down by Alice Lee and had to defeat Tatev Abrahamian to be able to pull herself back up so she can have the revenge match. But Levon Aronian, he takes the cake with the path that he took here, and let's take a look at that now. He started off the first match with a loss right in the beginning of the event. Wonder Liang defeated him after playoffs, after the classical, and Levon was immediately relegated to the elimination bracket. He was now on the bubble the whole way. One more loss and he would be done. Well, his first matchup was against the youngster Abhimanyu Mishra. He was able to trick from a dead loss position and end up winning that match. Then he played against Sam Sevian, and that was a tight one as well. Difficult to play, but Levon was able again to right himself and win that match as well. And then he had to face off against Wonder Liang yet again, who had now been relegated to the eliminations bracket, and he was able to win that in what was also a topsy-turvy affair, but Levon then took care of business. And then he had to face off against the big dog, Fabiano Caruana, who had actually lost to Wesley So. And this one, he lost the very first game of this rapid and bounced back yet again to win and then take Fabi in the blitz. Simply incredible route now to the grand finals, where he'll face off against one Wesley So. Now, we talked to Levon after this last match about his path here. That third game was insane. I mean, you guys had to just pick him up and put him down. It was just all blitz and nerves.
Yeah. I noticed that I played the move on 1 second, which is not a good sign. So in this last game, I told to myself, no matter what happens, just play fast.
You go from classical, and it's rapid, it's blitz, it's classical, it's rapid, blitz, more blitz, it's rapid, blitz, and now it's this crazy blitz, and now you have to play classical again. How do you manage the twists and the turns of this event?
Yeah, it's. I guess it's actually better to play like my path. Unless you're playing like Wesley, winning everything, this is the second best path because you get to have one rest day in the middle. So yeah, but of course it's always difficult. But we're used to this type of juggling business with the time controls. It has been forever part of the circuit.
And he's handled this juggling act, juggling balls with his hands, with his feet, with his elbows. Somehow he is still upright and playing against Wesley So, who had a rest day yesterday, watching him struggle against Fabiano Caruana. We'll see whether or not he can calm everything down and begin this classical grand final and maybe even secure his second victory in this event.
A most remarkable path indeed. We know the pairings, but what about the colors?
Let's have a look, Yasser. We'll start with the women's finals. It's Carissa Yip who gets the first white pieces against Alice Lee. They're very evenly matched, as you can see, but in this event, it was Alice who knocked out Carissa down to elimination bracket with 2-0 in the blitz.
Absolutely. Alice Lee is the champion of that section. And in the open?
The open, Wesley So starts with the white pieces against Levon Aronian. They're so evenly matched. But they haven't faced each other in this event yet. This will be their first time.
Very, very nice, as Wesley's looking for his first title. And as we said, Levon, his second. As we see, we're getting ready to start the match. We're going to take a look at the playing halls.
It's going to be kind of an empty playing hall, right? It's down to the final four, only 4 players left.
Right. It seems like we always in our, we had a lot of games to discuss, and if we weren't discussing the classical games, we were discussing the elimination games.
It's a gorgeous day in Central West End. Alice Lee coming into the chess club.
Exactly.
I think she has headphones in. She's probably listening to some motivating songs. I would like to ask her after the game what is her choice of her song before the games.
Yeah, I know Tony Miles really liked the theme of Rocky, and he would have.
That will get you in the mood.
To get himself in the mood. As,
did you have some kind of rituals before the game?
No, I really didn't. If anything, I really enjoyed actually just taking a walk and getting a lot of fresh air. That's
always good for your mind.
Yeah. As we're waiting for the players to get started, let's just remind ourselves that the players are now fighting for first and second prizes to the exclusion of everything else.
Absolutely. Total prize fund for women's is $150,000. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000, and we already know the champions bracket bonus went to Alice Lee.
And in the open?
The open total prize fund is $250,000. Wesley and Levon are fighting for that $75,000 first prize. Second place is also not so bad, $55,000, but Wesley did get the champions bracket bonus, extra $15,000.
As we see the players getting wanded, no electronic devices of any type.
I think Carissa's back to her normal self, very smiley and in a good mood.
Well, she successfully navigated the elimination bracket to get back into a rematch with Alice. Well, I've noticed that they
Yesterday
both
as well, yeah.
they both congratulate each other nice to be in these finals. As we see
Alice
Alice
Lee,
Lee, defending
she's
champion.
so young, 16 years old, and she's already won this event twice. Can she do it 3 times in a row?
Well, she did, exactly. She's back-to-back champion, right? After losing the first 2 editions of the American Cup to Irene Crush,
She was in
broke
the
through.
finals both times too, so she's been in all of the American Cup finals.
Can you
That's
think about
absolutely
this?
incredible.
She's used to it. Yes, Maurice.
Can you think about this? The idea that she is 16.
I know.
She won when she was 14,
What?
and then when she was 15. And because you're thinking 16 is really young. She's like, been there, done that. I was 14 when I did this before. It's just remarkable feat that we're witnessing as these 2 young ladies take over American women's chess. Just completely, they've taken it over.
Absolutely.
that.
And the games are off. E4 by Carissa. Are we going to see another Petrov by Alice?
I got to tell you, you know, what brought you to the party, you know, dance. And her Petrov has held up very, very well. So, yeah.
Why change it, right?
Why change it? I
Well,
mean,
at the same
and
time, she might think that because she already played it, well, never mind. So Carissa will prepare something special, but Petrov is such a solid opening. You're not really afraid of
and
big
there you go.
surprises.
And so much so that Carissa didn't have anything specifically prepared against
Just
Petrov.
avoids the Petrov with the
So she goes
bishop
for
opening?
the bishop opening, yeah. And now, traditionally, the move has been c7, c6 to try to punish white for developing the bishop early. You get to expand in the center with d7, d5. So the normal move here, and I remember as a kid playing this trappy line, and it's just amazing how many amateur players fall for it. They capture the pawn.
Oh,
They're ready for you to trade queens and win the pawn on e4, and when you hit them with knight f6,
95.
knight
yeah.
g5, pardon me, there's a big stop. It's like
Big regret.
that bishop's path to the f7 square has just been open. But no, this is a little bit
And we have a5, a4 also on the board. They're
included.
both blitzing.
A5, that's an intriguing move. I'm more used to, I'm more used to the immediate bishop b4 check, I should say. But okay, this is wrong. Let me just do this again.
5, a4, and then
A5.
bishop before check.
Okay, just a second, sorry. Just a5. No.
Are you surprised by this move?
I really, really am, because you do give white a different. The idea is that this bishop b4 check is annoying, so you could prevent it. But a4, bishop b4 check, bishop d6, and now the difference is you would like to be able to play exactly here, knight to c3, and put pressure on the d5 pawn, but you occupied the square already. So when you play a5,
Yeah, so they're playing so fast, they're already in the middle game.
wow, okay, I can't, well, it's going to be a classical game, so we can come back later if we, I'm curious about this opening. Takes, bishop g5.
Bishop e6 is the most common move, which Alice has played. There's not that many games in my database. I only see 36, but they're both very aware of this line.
Yeah, I do see that, that they're playing so quickly. Bishop g5. So here, well, more or less 50 games have been reached this position. Knight b8 to d7 is the most popular move. Knight c6, second most popular move. And knight c6 on the board.
I wonder at what point they're going to start actually thinking. Because so far it's all prep.
All prep. So here, bishop b8, as well as bishop e7 have been played. Again, the most popular move is castles at this moment.
So Yasser, this is a new position for you?
Yes,
And for
a5
me
was
too.
new. I mean, I left new long ago.
So at first glance, what does your intuition tell you? Does white have something here?
I'm undecided. normally speaking, White's pressure against the d5 and e5 pawns has oftentimes led to an advantage. In this particular case, I don't see how we're going to increase the pressure. I mean, we're going to have to play bishop here, castles, and rook e1 to put pressure on the e5 pawn, and that can be met by knight d7. On the other hand, this rook on a8 looks a little out of the...
Pretty cramped over there, yeah.
Exactly. Now, the move queen c2 is also a kind of a confusing move, too. A lot of questions for me about this opening, Maurice.
Yes, and it does seem as though the strategy here, and you often realize, I mentioned, black is fine in all lines. Black is, you could search all you want. The engines are showing that black is okay no matter where you go. But it's what kind of complexity you can put on the position, and also, can you surprise your opponent? It doesn't look as though Alice has been that much surprised, but if we take a look at the last move, queen c2, that is an unusual move in the position, as castles instead was the most popular move and looks like a very natural move just to get your king out of the middle. And there are other moves as well. d4 has been essayed in this position 7 times. And with the black pieces in this exact position, back in 2024, we see a loss by one Alice Lee. So it seems Carissa knows her opponent plays exactly this line and has decided to go right into it, but did not play the move d4 because she assumed Alice would know what to do. We back up one step, and instead she played queen to c2, and Alice has not seen this move before. As we mentioned, of course, she saw d4 a couple of years ago, and this move has only been played once by Tabatabai. The game ended in a draw, but that doesn't matter here. As far as Carissa's concerned, she just wanted to play something that she thought would surprise Alice, and it looks as though it has.
Well, we do have h6, bishop h4 included there, Maurice. So queen c2, she answered h6 quickly, but now she's thinking. As we all know, this is actually a rematch from their championship bracket duel. We have a soundbite with Alice immediately after she won her match with Carissa. Let's have a listen.
Now with Alice Lee, who has not only booked her ticket to the grand final, but is also the winner of the Champions Bracket. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was a sort of basic match in terms of the classical, but then you just controlled the blitz. That was incredible. Did you expect that?
No, because she's a very good blitz player. Like I think she recently won the Tata Steel women's blitz tournament. So, of course, I just feel like with nerves in play for like a match like this, it's like very 50-50.
Why is it that you seem so comfortable in this American Cup structure? Like it was made for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, actually, I was thinking about it. My final against Carissa, this is the 10th American Cup final that I played. So I've just been able to do so well in this. And I think it's because in a match format, maybe I'm just able to control my nerves pretty well. But yeah, I'm not sure. It does seem to boil down to luck, which I seem to have a lot of for this tournament.
Luck? You were playing moves Yasser Seirawan was suggesting, and you were doing them effortlessly. And then at some point you said, Yasser, I don't care about you. G5, let's go for it. That was not luck. That was really good play.
It was really good play and a very deserving champion. I'm thinking she lost to Arena Crush as a 12-year-old. She lost as a 13-year-old. She wins.
And I remember that final against Irene that she lost. She was winning. She just couldn't win that winning endgame, rook endgame, I remember. She was close to winning at 13.
Wow. Wow. Well, here she is, and she's facing the top seed, Carissa Yip, again, who she defeated earlier in the tournament, just as, wow, just amazing. Let's jump to the open game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. And once again, we have a Joko piano, which seems to be
Wesley's bread and butter.
I noticed, by the way, Tatev didn't repeat Tatev's line,
yes.
knight g5, sorry.
over the years of doing commentary, I noticed Wesley playing this with both colors very successfully.
Very successfully.
For many, many years now.
Now, knight B1 to D2, okay, obviously, so many games, but I was going to say that that's not the beaten track, if you will. Here, C2, C3 is by far the most popular move, H2, H3 next. But knight B D2 is third, and it does give black an opportunity of playing D5, which Levon immediately accepted. Rook E1.
But it seems like Levon is still a bit surprised because he's taking his time this early in the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he's just trying to remember exactly what the move order is.
You know, I really feel that that's the case, because if you think about how complex these openings are, and you've got to navigate the nuances, I'm amazed they can do it at Blitz, actually, and recall their preparation. Anyway, Rook E1, as simple as it looks, let's put as much pressure on that pawn as possible. Normally, they don't like to play Rook E8. It does loosen up the control of the F7 pawn. So here, Bishop G4 is, oops, excuse me, grabbed the wrong piece there. Bishop G4 is the go-to move here.
And after H3, Bishop H5, what is White's follow-up here? Oh, G4. I'd be happy to see that.
I just wanted to show that this is a trick that is absolutely, oops, excuse me, prevalent in the position.
Queen F6.
And Queen F6 check. And this is not a good line.
Actually, so there was one game, young Jawahir Sindarov played it, but probably very young because his rating was 2100 then.
Makes sense.
Well, now it's 2700.
And once again, what an even matchup, huh? These two have.
Yeah, they've played a lot of, this is just the classical matchups. They're not counting Rapid and Blitz. 25 draws and 3 wins for both of them. Wow, what else can we say? And they've been facing each other in the US Championships, American Cup, probably some leagues and other tournaments.
Tours.
Of course, Grand Chess Tours. They know each other very well.
Very, very well indeed. So we do have Rook E1 on the board. We're just expecting, waiting for
Levon. Maybe he's considering Knight B6.
Knight
To me, as a player who
B6.
never plays Jacobiano, Knight B6 looks interesting. And then if you step back, maybe A5.
Okay. You know, it was always one of those things that when you played A5 and I could play A3, I kind of liked the inclusion because I felt like I controlled B4, but my opponent no longer controlled B5.
Yeah, I like this too, but I'm surprised that whenever we see A5, White always responds with A4.
Always, as did, for example, Carissa today in her game.
Speaking of Carissa, let's go back there because I see a long castle on the board. Maybe Maurice has some update for us.
Yes, I'm following that game closely because it's so rich. This one, of course, is going to be a slow burn, but right now, this has already gotten explosive, at least in terms of its potential, because they have castled on opposite sides of the board, and that is a plan in this position. And we had talked about the previous game that we had seen this line, and it had gone differently in this very position. Let's go back one move. In this position, we were talking about Tabatabai, the very strong Iranian grandmaster, playing against Siddharth Jagadish from Singapore, notable grandmaster, young grandmaster, in fact. I think he's only like 18 or 19 years old, from Singapore. And he actually played this game 4 years ago, so he was a very young teenager, even younger than Alice. He managed to draw this game with the black pieces, and in that game, he played a different move. Here, he played the move G5, and the position went in a different direction with the pawn on G5. Now, it's still possible to play this way if Alice wants to. Let's just follow this game a little bit. Bishop G3, Knight H5, and then Queen F6. And you see forcefully black is looking for more before castling in this position. So the knight ended up going on F4, and the game proceeded. This is a super, super sharp way to play. But if we go back to this game, that's not what happened. In this game, castles first, and castles. And what did Alice do now? She said, well, even though my king's over there, I'm playing G5 anyway. Let's go. And so we have the contours of that other position starting to take shape. This is as sharp as you can get, the kind of position you're looking for in a grand finals. Look at pawns just all over the board, including the inclusion of A5 and A4. What a game we have here, a true slugfest. And even though her opponent played a new move against her, Alice is not backing down, at least not slowing down much. She's saying, let's go. I'm confident that I have a good position and I'm ready to play with fire. Let's see if she gets burnt or does she control it. Incredible chess that we want to see here at a grand final of the American Cup.
It does look like it's going to be a barn burner with both kings castled on opposite side of the board. Very unusual but she had to break the pin. And I think G5
And I'm sure she's analyzed this opening before and knows that it's safe to play G5. Because if you've never seen it before at the board, she would take longer to decide to play G5. But also, I'm just very happy to see Carissa deciding to go for such an aggressive play. Maybe she doesn't want to go into playoffs and wants to end the match in the classical, right?
Well, again, Carissa's strength is that she really enjoys chaotic positions, but tactical positions and positions where she can attack her opponent's king. Now, when I see my opponents playing moves like G5, you know, I really want to do my absolute best to open the position. The problem is the desirable move, H2, H4, will probably do the opposite of what I want, which is to open the position. So Carissa, as we just saw, has played the move King B1. And that's a good move. It's decent. You tuck your king in, blah, 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 blah. But sometimes every tempo counts. What do you think about this one now? See, I play D4. Now, you could do me a really great favor by capturing on G3 and opening up the H file. I assume you're not going to do that.
I'm going to play E4.
Exactly. And now I go here. Now, the reason why I provoke the pawn to E4 is I'm looking for a hook. I want to play the move F2, F3 and try to break things.
F5 then with black. If I've already played G5,
right?
I'm going to follow it up with F5.
Okay. And now...
Running F4, by the way.
It's funny because had you made another move, and this is a very bad move, I had it in the back of my mind that I could also play knight takes E4, and just as a tactic, right?
D5, that looks
and
very
D5.
good.
So your move F5
Saving me from that blunder.
inadvertently help dodge a bullet there. Okay, F5. So takes, and
I just don't see how white takes advantage of black's weakened king side.
at the moment, not. I'm thinking, once again, F3 is my hook, but I can't allow E3. So whatever I do is going to involve rook to E1 and F3, probably king B1 anyway. All right, this didn't happen. Let's just see the current positions.
King B1, Alice played queen F6 pretty quickly, and I see on my screen got a question mark.
Huh.
Maybe
I thought her
because it's in front
intention
of
was
the
to play
F1.
F5, but
That's what I was going to say, yeah. It blocks the
yeah.
F1. But again, she played it really fast, so I think she's just following some kind of home analysis.
Preparation, yeah. Okay, yeah, because it does feel, okay, putting your queen in front of the pawn doesn't feel great. Maurice, jump in.
Well, it's kind of intriguing because queen f6 is the game that we saw earlier in this position, the one time that this line was played with queen c2. If we back up just a few moves in this exact line, we were here, here. And the move queen c2, it's not on my board. We just got to get my board up just now. We have a different position up. Queen c2 was the move that was played right here. Here we go. So queen c2, and remember what we said about the game again between Jagadish and Tabatabai. G5, knight h5, and queen to f6. This is the game, right? We're looking at this line, castles. Looks familiar? Knight here, takes, and king to b1. It looks so familiar that it's unlikely that Alice is just blitzing out these moves and dropped her queen on f6. It's probably the case that she may have misremembered, tried to remember this particular sequence that she was content with and play this move order. But look, the king is still on e8 in this position. What value does that give? Well, let's get back to the moves in the game, because here we got castles instead. g5, knight h5, king to b1, and now the move queen to f6. And there are various moves here. The king is now tucked away with no worries. The queen is on c2. It hasn't gone to e2 with any tempo issues. The engine gives weird moves, however. Well, one very natural move is to attack this pawn some more, as you would like for the knight to take the bishop. A weird move is to move the king in the corner. That's the engine's top move. You explain that one to me. I'm going to leave that to you guys to try to explain getting the king all the way over. Now, I do see one point. You may want to play d4 and get the king off the diagonal. So, all right, I'm going to guess that is the reasoning. And a third move is actually to play queen e2 in this position. Knight f4 now is met by takes. And the pressure that's happening will likely be on this pawn trying to attack the center. So I think that she's played this move not because she had other plans of pushing the f-pawn, but because she's going in her memory banks and saying, that position was pretty good. I think I can chase that down. But it's a slightly different position with her king already castled.
Thank you, Maurice.
Carissa has played king a1.
Yeah, I do like king a1 because I do think piece play, piece pressure alone is not going to force Alice to necessarily move the pawn and resolve what's going on g3. I do see the move king a1 as a prelude to playing the move d4. So if we just make a move, I'm not saying this is a good move or not. I do expect that we would see something kind of like d4, and let's go knight e1. I want to go knight c2, knight e3, slowly play for f3.
But Yasser, wouldn't this be much better for black if pawn was on f5 and f4?
Yes, it would be a vastly improved situation for black. In fact, the more you look at it, the more you start thinking, I should be going queen g6, f5, or queen g7, f5, and reinforcing the e-pawn.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand why is the queen on f6.
It will remain
because it was fine on d8.
It was.
In case of d4, which is what is Carissa planning, black always has e4, so d file is not opening up, and your queen won't be stuck in front of the rook. So
well, let's ask,
I'm not really sure why queen f6 was Alice's choice.
Well, let's ask ourselves the question: what would have happened with f5? There's
a tactic here.
There's a tactic along the e file, so we could take essentially. And the idea is takes, whatever piece you recapture with at the end of the day, there's a traffic jam.
Oh, I was only looking at queen e2, yeah. But rook e1 works still.
Rook e1, I was expecting queen f6, queen e2. And I'll win back the piece. So the desirable f5 does have a tactical...
so she needed some prophylaxis move, some useful move.
I think king g7, for example, is a very useful move. I'm not adverse to necessarily capturing the bishop, but in the case I do...
King is better on g7,
exactly,
right?
because h6 pawn will be under attack. So as a kind of a prelude, I would have kept the queen back on d8 myself. I prefer king g7. Anyway, the current position, I mean, at what point, by the way, do you say the opening's over?
Probably now.
Probably not. So I've always used this as my tool guide. Whenever the rooks are connected, the opening's over.
Oh, that's a smart way to do
Just,
that.
You know, we're now in the middle game.
But if there's a bishop in the way...
you better move the bishop. You're still in the opening and you got to learn how to develop your pieces. But yeah, essentially, we're in the middle game. And now, again, to my way of thinking, you know, when your kings are on opposite flanks, you've got to do your best at getting to your opponent's king, opening up the board. So I see it's incumbent upon white to play a move like d4, create a hook so she can play f3. H4 is a great move, except for g4. You know,
big downside.
That's the downside. You can't. So you want to be able to force open the position. Now, on Alice's point of view, Alice has already got the half-open C file, and she's already got a ready-made kind of attacking plan with d5, d4. So, in a sense, it's up to white to catch up and open up Alice's king a bit more.
Although I can see how Carissa could still make some improving moves first, like rook e1, maybe queen e2, keep putting the pressure on e5, and only then decide d4, h4, one of this.
Agreed.
Moves,
Agreed.
yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Should we check how Levon decided to continue? But Maurice actually has updates for us.
They're just looking at this game, and I got to say, I can imagine a lot of players out there watching from the audience saying, wow, this is not an easy position to understand. Because I can tell you, for me, it's not easy to understand either. We're playing move by move and saying, okay, queen f6 is a bad move because you may want to push the f-pawn. And yes, it's reasonable, of course, you understand, you want to make this expansion. But the tactics in this position and the unusual nature of the pawn structure, this is not a pawn structure you see every day. And this is just not a setup you see every day. Castles on opposite side in this type of position. The white pawns, no white pawns in the center of the board. Black being the one dominating the center. You got a knight on the side over on one side. You got a backward pawn, a backwards pawn on b7 with a knight on an outpost on b5. This is a very strange position to understand. So when we try to break it down, we say, okay, so what are the aims concretely that you'd want to go after? And this is really taking on a hyper-modern type of approach. If you are white, you're willing to give black the center because you intend to break it down. You're going to attack it and force weaknesses in what looks like a very attractive central formation. And now we see the move rook f to c8 get played. She knows that d4 was the threat, and I think that last move is trying to play some kind of prophylaxis against the move d4, but it doesn't stop anything. In fact, d4 can definitely be played still. She'll have to look at some random knight b4 tactic and say, does this do anything? Well, no, it doesn't, because once the queen moves, your knight is hanging now and your center pawn comes under attack. But I think Alice is hoping this move does the do. If this position, e4 gets played, you can trade off this bishop to make sure the knight on h5 is sidelined. And now we would logically want to take back. The knight drops back. And we're back to the business of possibly playing for f3. But again, the rook on c8 is what she's counting on. Here the engine says white is actually much better with the threat of f3, the hook. She needs to break up that center. That's the whole point of hypermodern play. You can have the center, I break it down. But I got to say, optically, I can understand why a lot of players would say, is black really that bad?
And is it, Yasser? What do you think?
No, I don't think that black has a bad position. Let me be clear. I'm not a fan of Alice's last two moves, because the move rook on f8 to rook c8, and it's not rook f8 because you can't
Again, rooks are not connected.
The rooks are not connected. It doesn't do anything to prevent white from achieving her plan, which is d4, fix a pawn on e4 so she can play f3 in the near future. So I don't see the rook as being necessarily very effective on that square c8. Again, I feel myself drawn to moves like king g7, queen g7, f5 kind of ideas. Rook c8, did Alice want to capture on e4? Did she want to play bishop f5?
Let's look at bishop f5. That does look tempting. But after queen d2, if I still have to play e4, then I didn't improve my bishop. And actually, I left the pawn on d5 hanging. as
And
well.
even worse than that is like when the knight comes to e1, you kind of bumped. So that's a fail. That's
It's a fail. E
definite-
takes d4 doesn't look good at all.
It
I
also
think
feels like
I'm just
pretty much a fail,
giving my
right?
opponent a play against isolated pawn where all white pieces are better placed than black pieces. So this is
Also
terrible.
fail. So e4 more or less force, and Maurice was saying, okay, we'll take along a capture, and after recapture, we'll bring our knight back. Just there, if knight d2 was desirable, you have to be aware of this. But also, there's another idea: the knight could jump
Oh,
to
that's a
d3.
nice tactic.
So knight e1 actually protects. Oops, excuse me. Knight e1.
F2 and d3, right?
Yes, exactly. And we're still attempting to line ourselves up for queen d2 and f3.
I see Alice is comfortable in a chair. I think this is snack room where players can hang out during the game. She's watching the monitors. She looks a bit nervous, but at the same time, she's still playing pretty fast. So
She is at 119, but
Yeah.
also notice that Carissa has spent just literally
no time.
2 minutes on her clock and got, I think, the position that she more or less prepared for. So once again, we're looking at d4, what king b1 and king a1 prep for. We're looking at e4, oops, excuse me, e4, bishop takes. I'm not even sure I should capture, but all right, let's just,
Capture and then knight e1.
and knight e1.
And then f3 is White's plan, which
Yes.
is impossible to stop for black. How can they prepare for it? Maybe move the queen and play f5?
Okay, let's give it let's try it.
Would you play f3 here?
Sure, I'll go f5.
Yeah, f5. Oh, g4 looks interesting.
Ooh, g4, indeed. Whoa, 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 g4.
Because if
Okay.
you took, I was going to take on e4, right?
Yes, I didn't want to.
All right, let's take on f5. At least I get to open the g file, and I have to move my queen. Queen d2.
I must say.
Yeah, rook g1, h4 is a nice plan.
Yeah, White has achieved a lot. Again, it's about the king positions, and the last 5-6 moves, White's king has been snug and no threats whatsoever. Whereas Black's king, you can see h4, rook g1 are very attractive. Very
It's really sad
attractive
that Black has everything set up to go after White's king, but these pawns, especially pawn on c3, just doesn't allow anything to get close to White's king. There's no
Exactly.
jumps with any of the pieces.
no knight b4. Also, with a5 and a4, the queen side has been fixed,
Exactly.
and this knight on b5 is is nicely placed, defensively speaking, to prevent b7, b5. It looks to me like Carissa has the easier play in this position.
Absolutely. Let's check the other game.
Okay.
Wesley's now below on the clock. I think just last 2 moves he spent around 20 minutes.
All right, so when we left it, we just saw the move rook e1 by Wesley. Levon dropped back with his knight, knight b6, bishop to b3. None of this a5, a4s or a5, a3 variations, but directly bishop
It's coming.
g4,
It will
h3.
happen at some point, right?
Yeah, and again, this is that tactic. We can't play g4 and take twice because of bishop takes f2 check tactic. So knight e4, bishop e7, and normally speaking, we like to play here, knight to g3.
Without including g4?
Well, I'm going to force you to take on f3.
Because now e5 is hanging.
Yeah, now the difference is there's no queen f6, and I could just take the pawn.
Okay, but I'm not so upset about taking on f3 and then maybe playing knight d4. Oh, b7 is hanging.
Let me show you what my dirty plan was. You're not going to get a perpetual against my queen, are you? Oh, rook b8, I can...
Queen e4?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no,
You're safe.
I'm
You're
sorry.
playing safe, yeah.
No, I... So far, so good.
Okay, I like knight g3 for Wesley.
Yeah, Bishop e7 on the board. Let me just check that we're on the live.
Is g4 still an option, Yasser?
Yeah, sure. Why not? G4, bishop g6. And now, where's my follow-up, though? Am I going, I don't know, h4? That looks a little bit peculiar, doesn't it?
Is it not hanging?
Well,
Is my queen trapped?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you're trapping the bishop?
I'm not
Apparently
sure.
not. Bishop h5.
All right. Let's just give it a pause for a second. And statistically speaking, we always appreciate the work of Ben Underwood. Where do things stand, Nasi?
And we'll look at the pie charts pre-tournament. Carissa Yip, the top seed, was the favorite, of course, no surprise there, almost 40% chance of winning, and Alice Lee at 23%. And now today, wow, why does Alice have...
Because she has 2 lives.
Oh, that's why, because I was surprised, like, why is it 80% for Alice?
Right, you think it's just a column, pick a match. No, if Alice loses in the Classic,
She gets a second chance.
she gets whereas Carissa doesn't. And using that same logic, I would assume that Wesley also, statistically speaking. Let's take a look.
Let's look at the open section. Of course, world number 3 Fabiano was the favorite to win. Pre-tournament, Wesley was in second, Levon in third. But since yesterday Fabi got eliminated, it's all Wesley and Levon. And you're right, Yasser, Wesley's 86.7% favorite
86%.
because he has 2 lives in these finals.
I don't know, Maurice. That 86%? Do you think that's right?
Doesn't sound right.
I would say, though Levon is such a strong player, Levon, at the moment, is, in classical chess at least, not as highly rated as Wesley. And I'm sure the rating is being taken into account. And if you were to say, in basketball, we have this happen all the time. They're called back-to-back games. Right? You play a team, and sometimes you play them, and you then fly to your home city. You play them in their turf. Then you fly to your home city, and you play the same team. They started doing things where you play this game, and then you play the next game as well, and in the same place. Now, it is well known that it is extremely difficult, it is much more difficult to win both games, right? Because even if you had separated them maybe over time, then maybe you come back later and see them. But to win the games back to back is very difficult. It's 2 NBA teams, they're 2 strong teams with great players, and winning those 2 back to back is very difficult to pull off. Not that other teams, that teams don't do it, but it's just tough to do. So you're looking at Levon saying to Wesley, I can beat you now and I can beat you later. That's tough. I mean, we'll agree that that's tough to do. That's straight. Even if Wesley had to do it to Levon, that would be difficult. But for now, you say, okay, Levon beats Wesley, and now Wesley beats Levon. I think the number's already 75% that should happen. Or actually, if we started and said it's 50-50, right? It's 50-50 that we're saying they're dead even, 50-50.
Right.
So 50% chance that happens. Okay, so now Levon wins. Okay, that's the 50%. Now we say, what's the next 50-50? Well, you split it, that's 75%, right? Like he has to overwhelmingly defeat Wesley. He can't just do it one time. To do it twice is going to be that much harder. So I don't think 87, as you start factoring how Wesley has done, the fact that he rested yesterday, also the higher rating, more recent, reflecting more recent results, you got to think, yeah, the chances are very much in Wesley's favor. That doesn't mean Levon can't pull it off. But winning 2 in a row, 2 matches in a row against an opponent who's higher rated than you, that's got to be tough to do.
Apparently it is. Statistically speaking, very, very tough to do. Let's just get caught up on our players. I just saw
Sorry to interrupt you, Yas.
Please.
But if you had to play Karpov this same setting, how would you feel about your odds of beating Karpov twice in 2 matches?
Do I have to say?
He's putting you on the
I'm
spot.
talking about you at your peak.
Can I be
I'm talking
dishonest about it?
No, I'm talking about right. You at your best when you were capable, when
Right.
you were doing the do, you were beating
Right.
everybody. You beat Karpov, yes?
Oh, yeah. man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm saying you know you're top 10 the way you were, and you're playing, fine chess, and
I'd be-
everybody's scared of this handsome young American player. But your chances of beating Karpov twice in this setting?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that 87% seems more than more than appropriate. Yeah, interesting. I just back to back. You're right. NBA back to back. Very, very, very tough. So we know what the challenge is for Levon, and let's take a look at what happened because we were discussing G4. And we were discussing knight G3. Knight G3 was Wesley's choice, takes, and very quickly played A5. So I think we're still in the player's prep. Here, there is a difference, a big difference, that in this particular case, now if I take on B7, you can take on on B3, D3, and that's very, very different. For that reason, Wesley
I like
went
this
with C2, C3.
Yeah, because A3 has the same problem, right? Knight D4.
You're right.
So C3, it is allowing A4, but he's happy to tack the bishop in on C2.
Exactly, and
And
that's
then look at the
exactly what
king side,
happened.
right?
Yeah, and now and this is where we are. And do we have a move, Wesley's?
No, last move was bishop C2,
Okay.
and we're waiting for Levon to make a move.
There was just one moment while while Wesley was considering the move C3. One of our favorite attacking themes in these positions is whoop.
When the exchange.
Yeah.
Do I have bishop F6, or you add
And this
knight
is
H5, right?
exactly.
Take on G7 first, actually.
Oh,
That's better. That's stronger.
How sweet. No, that's really nice. And knight H5. I was ready to blitz out knight H5 at once, but that is even better. So there was this moment of queen G4, and I thought, okay, if I played queen G4,
Probably king H8, right?
I'm provoking king H8, and did I benefit necessarily? I wasn't sure. Wesley did not do this, let me emphasize. He played the move C2, C3, bishop C2.
I have a question for you, Yasser.
Yes.
There's move queen D5 available. Does black want to trade queens?
I would think not, but then again, trading queens on your turns where you get to play, okay, if it was your turn and you could play A3 and knight D5, you'd be excited. You go,
Absolutely.
okay, great. So let me play the move queen D5 so that I could get an end game that looked like this. The reason why I'm hesitating is because in general, as white, I'm trying with my two bishops to get us into an ending.
Yeah, it's a very long-term small advantage for white, right?
Right. And on the other hand, isn't the queen the aggressor on the F3 square? Isn't white aspiring to play
After you
moves
showed
like-
me queen G4, that's why
yeah,
I have
exactly.
the idea to
Like,
trade the
wait a minute,
queens.
maybe I should be trading queens. Well, it's something that Levon is very carefully considering because he knows that endgames are Wesley's strength. You saw Wesley just
Defeat Fabiano.
pressure, and defeated Fabi. By the way, king H8, an indication to me that Levon really is aspiring to play the move F7, F5.
But could we put our knight on F5?
Yes, which brings up, why don't we stop that move altogether?
Because I'm happy if black has to play G6 if I'm provoking G6, right?
Ooh,
well, first the bishop
I would
problem.
I would be munching that bishop.
However, black does have bishop G5 forcing a dark square bishop trade, which benefits black.
Is that, yeah,
I
no,
think.
no, any trade, the bishops benefit. But wait a minute, queen G4, what just took place?
Oh,
I'm
I
I'm
cannot.
dreaming.
no, I have to step back. I have to go bishop F6.
Okay, so
I lost the
fortunately,
tempo,
you can't force the trade of the bishops, and that's a benefit. You're still aspiring to play for G6, Bishop
Yeah,
G7,
I'll play
F5.
G6.
F5.
A couple of moves that will be very nice on the king side for black. But what can white do in this couple of moves?
Exactly. I'm just trying to figure that out myself. Maurice, over to you.
Well, we have this mirror image, at least in the center, for both matches. It's kind of interesting. We take a look. We see here that there's this pawn sitting on e5 that black has, is controlling the center. Black is the one with a pawn in the center of the board, and white has these pawns on c3 and on d3. Well, let's take a look at the other game just very quickly. As we see in Carissa's game, well, d4 was the break. She did eventually play, but I just want to point out the c3, d3 duo against his pawn sitting on e5, and the idea is to break up with this move. We look at both boards as we see them both on the screen there. Very different piece formation, piece setup, and also there's no d-pawn on d5 for black, but the whole point is d4 is the money move. You want to break up the center. You can't just let it sit there and try to work completely around it. You need some kind of pawn move, and the key move is that move, d3 to d4. So Carissa did play it in her game, as we expected, after full preparation, bringing her king over to a1, and now we have e4 on the board, and she's about to move. Now, you asked the question just a second ago, if I may go to that game, this position, what's the key move you should be looking for? It's a pawn break, the move d4. That's going to come at some point. So you said, well, what after knight f5, bishop to f6? What might we play here? And the key move here is indeed d4. Okay, that square is covered so many times. What if I just take the pawn on d4? What's your point here? Well, the point is the sudden and spectacular knight takes on g7, waking you up pretty quickly because the bishop has been unleashed along the long diagonal, and suddenly all the tactics work in white's favor. You play king takes, then you got to face off against this check. The king goes back, and then the move queen to e4 or even queen to f5 would be sufficient in this position, and you're busted. So you might ask, well, what if you play bishop takes? That's certainly better. Queen f5. Now, how do you guard h7? You've got to play queen to a4, and now g3, and you say, well, where are you going to put your queen to defend this pawn? You have no square to put your queen. You're about to lose the game. Your only desperate try is rook a5 and go down and exchange after white simply takes it off the board as your queen is hanging on the other side. So that d4 break, it's always something you have to calculate, always hiding in the position, always a threat. And Wesley's no doubt looking at knight f5, and he probably is noticing these kind of tactics possible in the position. The key idea being the pawn break in the middle to crack open your opponent's center and unleash your own forces into the game.
Yeah, that's a really nice sacrifice. Knight takes g7. Thank you, Maurice. That's, as you said, that will wake you up in the morning. It's sort of like you're still stirring your coffee when your opponent plays a move like knight g7. Also, I don't know why, but I'm especially drawn to the idea when my opponent's king is on h8, the idea of d4.
Absolutely, yes. That
Takes.
h7 square is just something has to work.
Yeah, you just immediately, and it just feels like white is getting a lot of, here I would love to be able to play bishop b3 too, by the way. White is the one getting a lot of play. It just feels like, okay, more forces are against, aligned
And
against
f7
black's
pawn
king.
looks abandoned and weak.
Yeah. So, that whole move d4, but I also like the inclusion of knight f5, as you were showing. Goes to show that the move bishop g5, really, you're not getting it.
No,
You're
I
not
can't force the trade. And I think,
No.
I mean, Wesley's kind of hard to read. He doesn't really show emotions, but I think he looks pleased with his opening.
and he has every right to be. It just feels like white is for choice in that move d4. Let's take a look at the game of Carissa, a player who did already get in d4. When she played the move d4, e4, she could have certainly expected e4, but these last two moves have actually cost her the majority of the time, because she spent like on her first dozen moves a minute. No time. But it's these last two moves, and this move in particular that has caused her pause. For sure, she is calculating, should I take on b8 or shouldn't I? And I could easily make the argument like, I like that tension because the bishop on b8 kind of messes up black a bit, you know.
Yes.
And if you want to take on g3, okay, go ahead, go for it.
The question is,
please,
if we don't take on b8, then black has an option to trade the bishop for the knight. And maybe that's a better trade, knight g3 instead of bishops coming off.
Right.
And Carissa decided that it was better to trade the bishops.
And to avoid allowing knight takes h6. And I think that's a fair decision, because even if I break up the team, it's going to take me a while to play f3. I've got to keep the pawn on g3 covered. So long think, but in this particular case, right think. We've often said long think, wrong think. That, whoops, hold on. I've got in two moves. I knew I did something wrong. Carissa's position looked just too good after that. So bishop takes b8. Captures.
I was just thinking, I thought rook takes b8 was automatic.
Captures.
That's an option.
Is it
Bishop
not?
e5 maybe.
Right.
Takes, and then when you take on e5, I'll take on f3. I've got the d4 square, great outpost for my knight or rook.
As well as h2, h4 as a way of prying open the king site. No, I don't think Alice wants anything to do with that. So going back to the position, we're expecting the bishop to get captured. Maurice.
We got a funny variation, and Wesley must be analyzing it very carefully as we dig deeper and deeper into this position. Take a look. Yasser, you had mentioned your instinct said, I want to play the move d4. Right? That just looks like a good move. And the engine says that's the second best move on the board. It thinks knight f5 should be played. And of course, we saw the move bishop f6 get hit by the move d4. So what would black play here after knight f5? Well, turns out black can play bishop to g5. Say, well, that looks silly. I'm just going to play queen to g4.
Right.
But then black plays bishop f6. And now you want to play d4, but now it doesn't work. Because after this capture, this sacrifice we saw earlier no longer works because your queen has been tricked away from the f3 square. What?
That's hilarious.
Exactly. Like, what just happened? I gained a move to lose a square. And that was kind of nasty. So then you go back and you say, well, what should I do then? I've gained this nice tempo. What should I do? And the engine says, your best move is knight to e3. Nobody wants to play chess like that.
Wow.
Your second best move, knight to g3. Nobody wants to play chess like that. That's completely too nuanced for words. Essentially, you got in queen g4 and your opponent got bishop f6, and it's their move. No way we're happy with that. So you have to say to the engine, that was stupid. We don't like that. That doesn't make any sense. We don't want to play like that. Now let's get back to the move d4, which is what you wanted to play.
Right.
And takes. Well, now we know about the other trick. What if we now play knight to f5?
Right.
That is a straight sack, but we know you can't play bishop f6. We learned that already. Bang!
G7.
Suddenly the sacrifice happens, and we've got the d3 squared covered. Well, we'll take with the bishop and keep everything nice and rosy. So now we know that. What will black play here? If black takes, that's a full-scale sacrifice on our side, but the game is opening up in white's favor. White can play a move like rook to d1, and now you feel if the queen gets pushed away, there's going to be some sacky-wackies on the g7 square. And in fact, after bishop d6, even now this move is still quite good because king takes is got the pieces offside. We got a nice little check. King's got to go backwards. And now we get to play this move, queen to f5. And again, we get the busted variation of queen to h4. No longer g3 because of the sack, but now bishop f6. And you can kiss this one goodbye. So That line is much better. Knight f5 looks awesome, but Yaz, your intuition of d4, but then followed by knight f5.
Right.
That could be fantastic and really send Levon reeling in this game.
Wow, I'm still recovering from Sacky Wacky. The Sacky Wackies.
I'm going to
Yeah,
start
that's
using
a technical
Brooklyn,
term.
you Brooklyn
You
folks.
look in the encyclopedia of etymology of chess terms.
Right.
Sacky Wacky is right there.
Right out of Brooklyn, boy, Sacky Wacky. But I hear you, Maurice, and those are some, by the way, some really, really beautiful lines that you're showing. And it's like, how do I put it? They're really, really gifted attacking players. The crazy part about today's top players, like a Wesley, like a Levon, Magnus is this universal player. He can play beautiful attacking chess, and he can defend incredibly well too, right? They can play tactically, strategically, positionally. But you're seeing some really beautiful tactical attacking ideas with knight f5 and knight takes g7. And we've been talking about positional chess for so long. We don't often times get to see, you know, the crazy attacking lines. And once again, on the black side, takes knight f5, right, or queen g6, or pardon me, queen d3.
Provoking g6.
You're losing only a pawn. You've lost a pawn.
It is a central pawn, though.
But look what you're getting in return. In some ways, this bishop that hasn't moved is really close to attacking, like knight takes g7, king takes g7, bishop h6 check. And right there,
a lot of beautiful ideas appear suddenly.
Right.
Once you open up both bishops, but it is for a cost of a central pawn, which is not that easy to do during the game. When you have the white pieces, it's the first game of the class. If Wesley was in must-win situation, he would play d4 without thinking.
Right.
But that's not the case right now.
Yeah, and isn't this the wonderful part about being a chess commentator? We really exploit it to the maximum. We're so happy sacrificing their pawns and their pieces.
Yeah.
If we were sitting at the board, boy, d4, do I want to sacrifice a pawn? No, I don't. But yes, that's exactly right. It's very easy for us to come up with these great attacking ideas. Your clock is ticking, and you're the one making the sacrifice, Maurice.
Yeah, exactly. That's, you know, that we don't have any stress during the game. We could just sack, and if we mess up, we just bring it back.
Right.
All right, very nice. But take a look at this line, and now the lines are getting insane, and that's why Wesley's sitting in such deep thought. And this is what classical chess is all about. The ability to go deeper and deeper and deeper because you do have time on the clock. And it's not as exciting, let's be frank, a different kind of excitement anyway, as rapid or blitz when everything is intuitive and blunders are getting made left and right. But the possibility of creating a work of art that lasts forever is much more increased in classical than it is in the other forms, the faster forms. And so in this position, Wesley, we talked about, he's looking deep. He's going. He's not thinking positional right now, folks. He's trying to kill the guy. And he's wondering, what happens if I play the move d4?
Right.
And then you get this capture. And now I play the move knight to f5.
Right.
And now the engine says, well, actually the only reasonable way to defend this position is to play the move bishop to g5.
Wow.
And you say, boy, you are asking me to just mash you somehow. My queen can come up. Like, what are you doing? This can't possibly be right. Well, let's now inspect the line knight takes on g7. And say, well, what's that about? You know, we should be able to kill something like this, and here comes h4, and we get the bishop. So that's happy trails. And black says, yeah, you sacked. Who cares? I'm taking on c1. Really? What if I play the move queen f5 now? Right? I am ready. If you play queen here, I play knight back. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. And the engine says, I think I'll just take the knight. What?
Draw.
I'm going to play check. I think I'll just move my king. Now do your worst.
Wow.
You've got to be joking. Like, what? You're stumbling. Wait, okay, at least I know I have a draw. Good. Okay, good
Maurice,
for you.
It's funny because Queen H6 looks like a checkmate.
Yeah, this is almost really, really, really good until you realize pieces move backwards as well. So, what to do? The problem is Rook H8 is a concrete threat in this position. So if you just take this back, Black plays the only move to deal with this attack.
Stopping mate.
You get your check back in. The king hides again. And now you look around and you say, well, where's my first win? By the way, don't forget Rook A5 is going to be possible very soon. Watch out this sleeping rook over here. Thanks to the fact that the pawn's on A4. If it were back, then white has an extra piece in the attack. But now with this rook on A5, that's coming very quickly. Also, how do you break the position down? This is the insanity that Wesley has to calculate and work through. This is just one line. He's got to work through all of them as he's going along these variations. So that's why he's frozen in this moment. His intuition as a great player as Yasser is as well said D4. That's what I want to do. I just want to go. But I can't just go. I've got to calculate and I got to see what the possible defenses are. And look how much clock time he is burning. He's way down now on the clock, but that's classical chess. Yeah. That's why we love it. That's why we hate it.
You were saying in classical chess, if you can create that masterpiece, and I have to forcibly remind ourselves, remember Mishra, he was playing against Fabiano, and he needed to win in the classical game, and he sacrificed a rook. And then he won back the exchange, which gave away his initiative. He could have played an entire rook down and continued in a sacrifice. And if he had won that game, I mean, that would have been
No, but I
one of the
remember even
brilliancies of the year.
during the interview, Fabiano said that playing rook down is just not human.
Yeah, well, the challenge. Before we're going to go on break, we're going to take one quick look at the ladies' game, Carissa and Alice, because guess what? Carissa has gotten to the point where she's ready to play F2, F3, pry open the center. In
I was
fact,
expecting F3 as the last move, but she played
Me
Queen
too.
D2 instead.
Yeah, Queen D2. I'm not going to blame her for it.
She's getting out of knight B4, knight D3 ideas.
Exactly so. With the knight on F4, knight to B4, knight to D3, and probably she said to herself, I shouldn't even be calculating. But F2, F3 was this very serious concern, prying open the king side. Everything to play for in these two grand final games.
But we still like Carissa's position so far?
I do too. Yeah. We're going to take a break.
Yes,
and
we're
we
going to
have
take a short break. And
Irene.
Irene's going to be with Grandmaster Ilya Nizhnik. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Chess fans are rejoicing. At the end of the month, there's going to be the candidates. We have two Americans, Hikaru and Fabi, who on paper are tournament favorites. Your perspective of the candidates and their chances in the tournament.
I do think that there's a very good chance that one of those two will end up winning, but I don't know. I've never played in a candidates or even visited one, so but I've heard that the atmosphere must be
Pressure.
different. Yeah, and I'm hoping an American will make it, because I don't know, it's been a while.
Well, all I want is for an American to be world champion, right? And two of the top seeds are Americans.
Right.
They're two big favorites, so you can put your money anywhere you want. But obviously, St. Louis people are rooting for Fabiano. I'm rooting for Fabiano, right?
Yes.
I prefer him over Prague, for example. But the funny part is that whoever wins the candidate, Gukesh is playing very poorly right now. So if you're Fabi, I can see him salivating right now. Yeah,
he'd love to be the challenger.
if you have to beat Magnus or Gukesh to be world champion,
I'll choose Gukesh.
this is your moment.
Yeah, it's it's definitely a very exciting tournament, and I think for any chess fan, it's one of the must-see tournaments of the year. Perhaps even more so than the World Championship, because I think there's never been, a clear-cut candidate. There's always been some drama, some like crazy ideas and insanity every single time it's played. As for the Americans, I think, the light is on them, and I think everyone expects one of them to qualify, and they've been the favorites for many years in a row now, particularly Fabi. I think ever since 2018, he's kind of been the front runner. And there's something about him that's a little bit different. I feel like when I play him, he has, I think, this kind of inexorable, like machine-like quality that, he keeps pushing against you. And I think Hikaru is just a very smart player. He understands fundamentally where people's weaknesses are, where his own weaknesses are, and he's very crafty. I think he's kind of putting himself in positions where it's very hard to take advantage of his weaknesses. Hikaru, with his experience, he's very crafty and very good at maneuvering into the type of struggles where he feels he can outplay his opponents. Yeah, I feel like Fabi is much more of this, like machine, like agnostic and good in everywhere. And Hikaru, to me, sort of seems like the Moneyball type of player, just trying to gain like the small advantage everywhere. Yeah, I look forward to it a lot. There's a very young crowd and a lot of unexpected players there, so it'll obviously be a blast to watch.
Of course, I'll be rooting for an American player. I'll be rooting for both of them. It would be very nice to see another American world champion. I think, yeah, Hikaru and Fabiano are both very real contenders for winning the candidates. I think maybe Fabiano is somehow, like, he's been playing a lot more classical than Hikaru has. But of course, Hikaru has shown that I think he hasn't lost a game the last, 25, despite, and that was after playing, let's say, Norway chess and against, Magnus, Kokesh, and basically all the top. He is the best, one of the best of the world. You also kind of feel bad for Fabiano because he's played the candidate so many times, and he had this match versus Magnus, and that was very close match. He was always very close to becoming world champion, so maybe it would be really nice if he can win the candidates again. And just saying the word again, it proves how strong he is as a player. And if he can become world champion, that would be a very nice end to his world championship goals.
Yeah, I think that this is an exciting event. I mean, this is an event that everybody looks forward to as a mere observer or as somebody who's been around the players. So yeah, I really enjoy watching it, and I really hope one of our American players will win, because it will be great for the American chess.
It looks good for the Americans, as you said, in paper, in theory. But on the other hand, it's true. Yeah, it's just one tournament, and usually what happens is some player who is not the favorite in principle tends to do very well, and it depends how well that player or those players will do. I really wish them the best. I mean, it would be great if one of them would be able to make it to qualify for the match. I feel that still they have a pretty good chance.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the show break. Today I'm joined by Grandmaster Ilya Nishnik. Ilya, thanks for coming to the show again.
Thanks for having me, as always.
Yes, and well, we are on to kind of the first hour of the grand finals of the first classical game, and today Wesley is playing with white pieces against Levon Aronian. So I think, Livia, let's just dive in straight to the game.
Sure, yeah, let's do it. Okay, so let's see what happened. I don't really play e5, move 1 from Black's perspective, but I have experimented with a line here which goes like this, with d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, which is a side line, but as you guys will be able to see, it actually resembles what happened in the game, as Black had played d5 a bit later.
Sorry, I just want to add something. Like in this position, I just realized that Wesley played d3 because yesterday this has been the common opening for Carissa as Black, playing against Tatev, and she always played for the 3 knights variation, and Tatev always played the aggressive knight g5. She always goes for this one, and then
the Fred lever attack.
Yeah, the Fred lever attack. But of course, we see this type of position, and she always goes for bishop d3. And these two ladies were just fighting tooth and nail for their match. But here in the first classical game of the grand final, Wesley played a very quiet d3, so he goes for more a positional approach.
Positional Italian game, yeah. So this is a very common theme, because I feel like on the highest level, people kind of know that the Fred lever attack usually results in equality, and also if White is not careful, they can even end up losing the game, just like what happened in the ladies' match. So yeah, after d3, d5 would be a sideline, which is a bit more aggressive, but Levon played bishop c5, and now we are kind of transposing into some of the main variations until d5 happens. I feel like d5 is not very typical, as black usually tries to maintain central control with more quiet d6, potentially getting the black white squared bishop to e6. And if black ever experiences any issues with holding onto their dark squared bishop, they end up playing a6, hiding the bishop on a7. That's a more common approach. But here Levon goes ahead and plays aggressive d5, which oftentimes leads to white getting a lot of play on the e file, specifically against the e5 pawn, which gets hit by the white pieces. And this is where we see rook e1 being played. Fairly common now. Knight b6. This is a little trap. Now if white tries to go for an extra material immediately, I'm afraid there's going to be some issues, because there might be...
Just take this immediately, and then queen d4.
Is it? Does this really work? Because rook e3, and I'm not sure. Yeah, we might be getting tricked ourselves here. Maybe knight e5, maybe here we are taking on f2. Now this would be different, as king f2, queen d4, and now this is different, as black is recovering their missing material, and also white's king is extremely unsafe on f2. There's knight g4 coming, there's knight takes c4 is threatening, so white seem to be in quite a bit of trouble.
This type of tactics is very thematic as well, right? Whenever you're trying to sacrifice on e5, you just have to pretty much calculate the move orders. Like, are you trying to get e5 first, capture e5 first, or capture f2 first, or somewhere along the line, or queen d4, queen f6 is there. Sometimes if the knight wasn't here, there's another variation with queen f6, but none of this happened because Wesley played bishop e3.
Saving the bishop, and actually these thematic pawn sacrifices, or kind of pawn tricks, is basically black's only way to make sure the e5 pawn stays alive, because otherwise it's really hard to hold on to it. So after bishop b3, bishop comes out swinging to g4, which is the move that's pretty much hated by the engine. I wonder if maybe going for king h8 would be possible, and the engine immediately says that I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Probably because of knight e4, knight g5, something like that.
Right, yeah. I would, if I'm playing this as black, I would really like to play f5 and start kind of like running white down in the center, and also maybe potentially even on the king side, which is also, I think, very thematic for these types of positions, but it looks like I'm running out of time. Oftentimes the b6 square is reserved for the black bishop to escape the knight e4 attack, but now as black had put their knight there, knight e4 comes in, and the bishop has nowhere to go besides back, where I guess it just doesn't belong. So bishop g4, looks like Levon is in a very aggressive mood today. Bishop h5, now knight e4 comes in, and I'm kind of not in love with black's position already, because yes, black has made a couple of active moves, but now their pieces are going to be pushed back. So knight g3, bishop takes, so because obviously bishop g6, white can just go ahead and take on e5, as there is no more tricks. Black's dark squared bishop is no longer on c5, so there is nothing to be scared of. So knight takes e5 just wins the pawn for white. Bishop takes f3, queen f3. Knight d4 would be very pleasant, if not for, I guess, queen takes b7, dropping where black drops the pawn. So a5, I guess, trying to apply some pressure against the bishop on a4. c3 and bishop c2, the bishop goes ahead and hides, and here king h8. So here we see the attempt of playing f5. I'm pretty sure king h8 was played specifically to play f5. If black tries f5 now, knight takes f5 followed by knight takes e7 with a check. So this is why the knight cannot be trapped. Let's say queen d7 runs into knight e7 check, and white gets just enough time to remove the queen away from the dangerous f-file.
With the pawn up position,
Correct, just having an extra pawn with a bishop pair, it's amazing for white. So king h8, but it looks like black is just running out of time. I just don't see how black can ever get to play f5, especially since, I guess, white's next move exactly is going to be knight f5. And here I'm really struggling to see what is black's plan now.
So naturally, well, you would like to exchange the bishop here, and of course, like black is in a defending situation, so the more that you exchange, the clearer the position is. So natural move would have been bishop g5, I guess, but this is not what we saw, because we saw Levon played bishop f6, and we can tell that.
Oh my God, this is a blunder. Bishop f6 is just a blunder. Wait, black is basically lost now after bishop f6. What's going on?
So let's see if Wesley managed to play the best move, I guess, because the eval bar stays the same there, and then Levon, as you mentioned, Levon played very quickly. But this is such a critical position that you should just think, take a moment, and then just calculate everything. What he played is G6. Wow. And then it looks like Wesley is close to winning here.
Right. I wanted to point out that I just spotted that e takes d4 is running into knight takes g7. Apparently, this is why the move d4 is so powerful. It opens up the bishop. And now, with this amazing sacrifice, White can actually just immediately deliver a checkmate. The queen comes in, creating a battery, and the black king just falls. Well, there is a way to save themselves by,
yes,
I guess, giving up a queen or so, but...
So I guess if you take it with the king, then it would be just a little bit different. Maybe give a check first, and then after this, then you
still
play queen
f5. Yeah, still with a checkmate coming, yeah. Right. Wow.
Well, this is such a blow.
So what happens after g6? Do we know anything that White could do? Okay, so
we have some moves here. Bishop h6, rook g8, and then now Wesley is thinking.
Yeah, looks like Wesley does have a big advantage, and I want to point out that even if Wesley decides to leave the d4 pawn hanging, where I assume Black would pretty much be forced to take on d4, this position is incredibly unpleasant because White has so much control over all sides of the board that the fact that Black is currently up material doesn't really mean much. Plus, I think it's close to impossible to hold on to d4, right? And knight d4 is coming, and White just keeps hitting Black everywhere and every side, and yeah, this is not looking good for Levon.
No, totally not. Yeah, but I'm very worried of the time management here. Is Levon still on his rapid game mode? Because yesterday he beat Fabiano in a playoff, and then he literally only played 2 classical matches. The first one against I Wonder, and now against Wesley. So just the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
So and in between, he's been playing all these rapid and blitz games.
That definitely probably plays a role in how he is managing his time. I believe that at this point he had a half an hour time advantage over Wesley, not realizing that his position is no longer as good as he might have thought it is, because after knight f5. As we said, Levon had to be very, very careful, but he's still basically blitzing out moves, and that resulted in him in this oversight of d4. So yeah, that's good news for Wesley, and hopefully Wesley can convert the advantage with precise technique. What about Carissa's game?
Let's go to Carissa's game. Very good question. So this is the current position right now. What do you think is happening?
I was able to sneak a peek into the opening phase, and I myself have played this exact opening line many times. I would say I wasn't as lucky as Carissa was in this game, because people would shy away from this specific line against me. But yeah, I feel like this is really great news for Carissa, as she has managed to kind of draw fire from Alice. As you can see, Alice's king side is expanded, which is definitely going to become a target for White's pawns, maybe like h5, h4, or f3 undermining moves, trying to further shake in Black's defenses. In the meantime, in structures like these, I believe Black should probably be focused on the queen side play, which is actually very hard to do because of the bind that White has on that side of the board, thanks to the a4 pawn and the b5 knight that's currently positioned on an outpost. So yeah, I feel like this is also going to be looking good for Carissa.
Right, and also the time situation, Carissa is ahead, almost like half an hour of Alice Lee. Wow, Ilya, I guess the next hour will be very interesting, and we might have 2 decisive results given the evaluation bars showing that both of the White players are currently having their own advantage in the position.
For sure, yeah, this definitely does look very exciting, and I hope we see some fireworks.
Yeah, let's do it, and stay tuned because the show is going on, and see you again on the next break.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Irene and Ilya, for your analysis. Let's again remind everyone who's playing who has the white pieces. Exactly. Let's take a look. It's Carissa Yip against Alice Lee. They're playing their first game out of 2-game match, and Carissa has the white pieces.
Tomorrow, Alice will get the white pieces herself, and in the open.
In the open, it's Wesley who has white against Levon, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Levon right now.
He certainly is. In fact, let's just jump right away into that game, because after that move, d3, d4, Wesley was in attack mode, And Levon suddenly woke up and said, "Ruh-roh." Captures on d4, as Maurice was showing us, was leading to this beautiful sacrifices. Knight takes g7. Therefore, Levon said, "I want nothing to do with that." Nothing's wrong with the decision of bishop h6. I personally don't find it the most natural move. I find knight h6 to be just the move that I
to put the pressure on f7, right?
Precisely, just to put the pressure on f7. But bishop h6 and Wesley saying, "Look, you can't. Don't even think about touching my."
It's just checkmate.
It's just checkmate. So Levon, after bishop h6, had to move his rook g8. I think we're up to date.
This is the current position, yes. Wesley's taking a long think. It's a critical position.
But now there is the capture is a threat because queen takes f5 in this case can be met by rook to g6. So we're expecting the knight to drop back so that you can play for knight e4, queen takes f7. And in this particular case, Wesley is a move away from just bringing everybody. And
having a fantastic position, yes. But do you think the time is a factor right now? So Levon's playing really fast. He knows he's worse on the board, so at least he wants to have some pressure on the clock. But Wesley has 45 minutes.
Right.
That's plenty of time, right?
Yes, it's plenty of time. But then again, Levon knows that, he's defending, he's in trouble, and you use whatever advantages you have. And in this case, the only advantage is your clock. You tend to want to play a little bit quickly.
Also, his moves were kind of easy to play because he saw what was coming, the knight g7. He's like, no, I can't allow anything like that. So I immediately went g6. Of course, I don't love the rook on g8, but it is defending the g7 and threatening g takes f5. So it's kicking out the knight. Now, Yasser, where would you move your knight? e3 or g3?
My first instinct was e3 to go to g4, but I reassessed that actually g3 and e4 is better than e3 and g4. It's funny. I actually prefer the central. But now I'm also thinking about a piece sacrifice, if you will. Rook to d1.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, I'm threatening to take, and that's just monstrous.
So you're not really sacrificing a piece.
Well, I am.
Well, there's
e4. E4 was the move, and I was just, is this playable or not? Because takes. It's rather a forcing line. You have to play rook to g6.
We already have 2 pawns for the knight.
To begin with, right?
And then we can probably get an exchange.
Yep.
Can we get that rook on g6? Wesley goes with knight g3.
Yep, knight g3. But then again, Maurice has pointed out to us in the past that this move, if I go queen h5, for example, I could play queen f4, but if I tried to linger with queen h5, rook a5 would push me backwards. Anyway, he did play knight g3. Okay, so, excuse me, knight g3 on the board.
That was the engine's top choice, so Wesley found the best move. And he's going to put the knight on e4 and ask the bishop question. Where do you go? Do you give me the f7 pawn, or black has to use the knight on b6 to defend it? Knight d7, for example.
Exactly. Well, if I don't play e takes d5, do I have bishop g5? Yeah, you could trade, but then I can take on f7.
Yeah,
that looks pretty decent.
Fantastic. So let's take on d4.
Okay.
Since that's a hanging pawn. And on knight d4, I'll go knight d7. Now that you don't have d5.
Exactly.
But I like rook d1. It just looks like
black is not that
more
many.
than enough compensation for the pawn. All our pieces are perfectly placed. White just has to be much better here.
Agreed. You can't take on c3 because takes on d7 is an immediate loss.
Levon looks pretty uncomfortable with his position. Are you good at reading, Levon?
No.
No.
I find Hikaru a man of 1,000 faces and easy to read. He wears his emotions openly. Levon is very good at disguising his emotions.
Levon's wearing a shirt with my favorite fruit on it, pomegranates.
Ooh. The pomegranate shirt.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Very unique.
It's not a Sears and Roebuck special, is it? A pomegranate shirt. He does style, and in a nice way. Wesley, very, very nice position. I'm going to jump to the ladies' game.
Yeah, Levon looks like he's in trouble right now. And on the other board, Black is also in trouble and has been for quite some time now.
Alice, kind of realizing that, well, nothing, the White's queenside is super solid. The rook on c8, rook on b8 look menacing, but this knight is doing a fantastic job, pardon me, of just plugging up the position. And suddenly, f2, f3, maybe h2, h4 on a good day as well is going to open up the queenside. Alice thought, well, okay, let me fortify the king, and I'm expecting f2, f3. I'm actually a little bit surprised
very strong.
that Carissa hasn't already played it. But with this move, f2, f3, I'm ready to take on e4, ready to play h4, ready to play g3. I see troubles.
Yeah, it's not
For
easy
Alice.
to find good moves for Black.
No.
They don't have, well, I was going to say they don't have a lot of space. That's not technically true. On the king side, they have space, but there's nothing to play for on the king side. It's White who's opening things up.
Exactly.
And on the queen side, Black is very cramped. That's where Alice wants to attack, but there's just nothing. Maybe she wants to play bishop d7 and just get rid of that strong knight on b5.
Fair, fair. At least it's a plan, however awkward.
The engine did not love that move.
I suppose that we could come back to our old when the bishop goes the Jocobiano bishop. Wow, I played the most natural move in the position. I brought a piece into the game, overlooking a tactic.
Maybe you should start with g3. No, I don't know.
G3
Rook
looks
f1
like a
looks so
decent
good.
move. No, it looks like a very good move, just chasing the knight away. But yeah, from Alice's point of view, that knight has got to go. The knight on b5 is doing a great job.
You can see Carissa, the way she was sitting and calculating, she's just looking at the king side. Because there's nothing happening on the queen side, so she's focused on this half of the board.
Right.
How does she break through f3, g3, h4? Mm-hmm. She's definitely calculating these ideas.
Another thing is the temptation of knight to c2 to e3. Maurice, jump in on this one.
Well, I'm going to say one of the most profound statements that I tell my students and that everybody should write down and maybe put over their bed at home. Chess is hard. I mean, chess is hard. Of course, I'm saying it a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but the reality is, even when you have a good position, man, you could blow it in a minute. That's why we love this game so much, and that's why sometimes we hate going through this experience, because it's just so difficult to play good moves. So don't beat yourselves up, folks. Look at the best players in the United States struggling to find the top candidate moves here. We all will make mistakes, and I want to show this position because it's so interesting. Aronian has made a mistake. He knows he's in some kind of trouble. Now he's trying to figure out how to get out of it. But it's not that easy for White to prove an advantage, or at least a real advantage, if Levon makes the best moves. So the best move here, he's in trouble in the middle, is to actually resolve this situation of his e-pawn. He takes. And now we play the natural knight to e4. That looks juicy. That looks great. The knight goes to attack a bishop. The queen's about to take the f7 pawn. Got to do something with the bishop. We saw that knight back, ran into this gorgeous move. All of White's pieces are working, putting pressure down the center of the board, and it's just really ugly looking, although it maybe not finished yet. But take a look at this next move, and I want you to look at that rook on a8. The rook on a8 looks ridiculous. It has nothing to do with the position, does it? You just dropped your bishop back? Well, that looks like a pawn. Why don't we just take it? Then all of a sudden, the rook on a8 shows up on a5 and threatens to play the move rook to f5. you look around, you think there must be something easy here to play for white, given that we had such pluses a moment ago. But in fact, white is down a rook in the attack at the moment, and black is about to bring this rook into the game and have all the pieces ready. That doesn't mean that this is any bad position for white. It's still a very good position for white here. But as we look at it, we can see that black has suddenly found a way to work the pieces into the game. And then after this move, bishop to f8, offering a trade, now saying, get this bishop out of my position. If you trade, you definitely give black everything they could dream of. Suddenly the engine says, black is better on one bad trade. Black is the one that's better. So what is the only way to keep a real advantage here? You got to take the bishop. Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. Here blocks your rook, and put it all the way back to c1. And this is precise play, top engine play to get this position. Not too hard to find, in fact, as far as these top players are concerned. But nevertheless, those are serious moves and a lot for you to assess as you go along. Will this happen on the board? Well, Levon is in such deep trouble, loneliest man in the Central West End right now at that table. But he's got to find these moves, or else Wesley is going to put the screws on him in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm charmed by the position, actually, because if I go back to the position after g6, one move that I would absolutely, absolutely love to have played is rook on a1 to d1.
Jump over the bishop.
Jumping over the bishop, bringing all the pieces into play. The drawback is it's illegal. That's the only drawback of that. But in the variation that Maurice was mentioning, I think it was bishop to e7. How did he get his rook to f5?
We do have a move, by the way. Levon has taken on d4.
And we get
the rook e5, f5, yes.
Yeah. But it is charming to, he got his bishop, what did he do? Somehow.
Some magic.
He did it magically.
Oh, I see.
Somehow he got the bishop to c1, and that was the position I wanted with the rook on d1. So I'm just going to hit the live board for just a moment.
It was rook f5 in
yeah.
that position that you just had.
Yeah, rook f5. And we do have captures on d4, knight to e4. Again, Wesley is the one 20 minutes behind on the clock. The time controls, obviously, the players have their 90 minutes to begin their game, but that's all they get. They get the 30-second increment bonus for every move they complete. So Wesley doesn't want to get too far behind on the clock, but he's got a really nice position.
Could we go with the Aronian rule? I just want to repeat what I call the Aronian rule. If there's only one good move to play,
he'll find it. Yep.
The strong players find it. If there's only one good move to play, the strong players find it. Levon is in a situation where he's going to start being forced to play good moves. Our only moves that survive a little bit. Give your opponent some resistance. And if he doesn't do so, he's going to get tasered and won't have a chance. He spotted that tactic, knight takes g7. That's why he played g6. He didn't let this happen. Right about now, he has to be super careful. Does he want to give away his bishop for this knight on e4? No, he does not. So he pretty is much forced to find this move, bishop to e7. Knight d7 is just not attractive. And then after this move, then he's going to have to start finding moves again. Now, in this position, the engine is also pointing out the possibility of f5. How dare you? Seriously, how dare you in this position play this move? But it's saying that white has almost no advantage after this. That is pretty remarkable. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm pretty shocked in this position. Oh, okay. No, I get it. Of course.
F7.
I should have taken f7, as I mentioned before. That is the top move.
Right.
All right. So rook to a5 now comes in.
Rook to d1.
With the idea of bringing the rook over. Now rook to d1. You could play other moves. You could play knight g3 to try to stop that move. But now you have to deal with knight e5 with the idea of d3 suddenly appearing on the board as well. So there's a very fine line after bishop e7, queen takes. He's got to find this rook a5 line. There is literally no other move in this position. d3 right now runs into bishop takes on d3. And you might want to take this only to find knight f6 line on the board. And we've got a mate threat that you have nothing you can do about. Bishop f6 obviously loses to queen takes, and it's mate. So d3 is not playable. So right now, after this move, knight to e4, bishop e7 is his best hope, followed by rook to a5. But he is studying this carefully. Giving up a pawn in the heart of your position on f7 is not something you want to do every day of the week, but especially not playing the grand final of the American Cup. But it may be what he has to do to create one tempo for his rook to get into the game, and then maybe he could survive. But you see him there. If you didn't know any better, you might know if he's breathing. But he's really intensely focused because he's almost like an animal about to be eaten by a lion. And I make one mistake, it's going to be over.
Yeah, he's definitely in trouble, as you can see the tension in his face. But in that line, Maurice, that you're showing, even with all of the engine's best moves after rook a5, rook d1, rook f5, queen e6, you mentioned bishop to f8, and white's only move is to go all the way back with the bishop. But guess what? For a player of Wesley's caliber, going all the way back with the bishop is not a problem. In fact, all of white's pieces look really good. Sorry, Messi.
I'm just surprised that white's advantage is not bigger than this. Looking at this position, it looks winning. Not just better, but winning.
Truly. But bishop g7.
Yeah.
Bishop g7 does ask. No, bishop g7. Not
bishop g7. Apologies.
Bishop g7. Now you've managed to actually fianchetto your bishop. Mm-hmm. And all of black's pieces are working too, right? I mean, you may say the rook on g8 for the moment is out of the game. And clearly, white's better organized, so to speak. But black is ready to play the move rook e8 or rook e5, rook f8 even. Mm-hmm. And you're not landing a blow. So what's truly wrong with black's position? White does have a bishop that black doesn't have. That knight on b6 may not be the greatest piece in the world. Mm-hmm. But I agree that clearly white has more flow, more coordination. That's what I will say. More coordination. But it's not as though black has all these weaknesses and it's easy to target. And yeah, we're going to hit your king. We're going to do this. What should white do now?
Yes, Maurice, but I think putting the rook on f5 is actually very difficult to do because it walks into so many discovery tactics. So voluntarily putting the rook and leaving it on f5 is not that easy.
Except here again is the problem, development. You want your pieces in the game. And then you say, well, for the rook on a8 to come into the game, I have to move my queen. But if I move my queen, I'm facing the consequences Maurice showed of knight f6. Well, rover.
No, I like rook a5 very much, but then putting it on f5 is quite difficult. e5 or h5 look easier to do. Or let's say right after rook f5, and first we start with h5, right?
Okay.
We kick the bishop out, then we attack the queen, and after queen e6, I would be playing rook e5. Because even for a move.
You just want that queen, get out of here.
And leaving the rook on f5 looks scary, so rook e5.
The difference, though, a moment ago, I felt the bishop was doing a really great defensive job on g7. Now,
and here it will be too slow to go bishop f8, probably because of bishop g5, right?
Or even knight g5, and although one consequence of not having the rook on f5 is I don't have that discovery, which
we know the discovery is not anything to worry about. But at the board, can you be sure you're not blundering in exchange?
No, definitely not. I'm. There was one great player. He's really an underrated world champion. Most of them really were, by the way, underrated. For me, Vasily Smyslov was one of those players who played what I would call harmonious chess. Mm-hmm. I mean, he just had this marvelous habit of just putting his pieces And look at this.
His
This
pieces
is
spoke to each
not a
other.
good move.
Bishop h4.
Bishop h4. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but this does not look like a good move at all. Bishop h4.
Is he provoking g3? And then he wants to go back to e7? Right? What else?
I would be very, very happy as white. I was saying, look, dude, you're putting
Just
your
rook
piece
d1,
off.
right?
Well, you're putting your pieces offside. I'll take a pawn.
I think there's some idea behind
Is
queen
there?
f7.
Now rook f5.
Yeah, now rook a5 makes sense because f2 is something of mine.
Ah, because you have rook. Okay, so here's what I've missed. So in the position where the bishop was on e7, now you've got rook e8.
Oof,
The
and
bishop
black
is
wins.
not, the queen's trapped.
Queen gets trapped.
Because the bishop isn't on e7.
Levon is the trickiest player.
Oh my goodness. Bishop e7. So queen takes f7, rook a5. Now I have to come back with my queen.
You have to go queen f3.
Yeah. But I still like white's position, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I still like white's position.
Maybe
but
we
there
didn't
has
have
to
to
be
take
something
the pawn,
better,
right?
right?
Rook d1 looks very good. I agree. Bishop on h4 is just misplaced. So why kick it out yet?
Yeah. Rook d1. And maybe also there's a knight c5 potential sighting.
Are you
I mean,
going for the
especially after
b7
f5,
pawn?
I mean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, no, I don't. Definitely, you cannot play like this.
No, Levon is definitely hoping for queen f7. So
Can
he
I
can
take
play
on
rook
d4?
a5. Take on d4. Knight takes?
Okay, the whole point was Ruro.
I should have included f5 first.
There's a pot of gold on that rainbow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so takes f5 first. Okay, let's go. Let's just have a look-see. I'll go here. You take a pawn, I presume.
Yes.
And you've got a defense.
Bishop f6, yeah.
You've got a defender.
No, this is big improvement for black.
Massive, massive. Your pieces are coordinating. Good, 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 good.
So rook d1?
Yeah, rook d1. I mean, how could you ever argue about...
Maurice has been
Maddie
teaching
would
us every
argue.
day. Bring
Yeah,
all
yeah,
your
yeah.
pieces.
Bring your pieces. Give everybody an invitation to the attack.
Especially the rooks.
Now, you said g2, g3, and maybe I'm loosening a little bit the king side, but I would prefer to avoid g3 if I could.
It was just my immediate reaction. So
Like, why are you
yeah,
getting-
why bishop h4 instead of
Right.
bishop e7?
Right.
But you're right, g3 is not necessary at all.
Here, just a second. There ought to be, this looks so bad. Isn't that, okay, imagine I do a terrible move. No, knight d5. You see what I was about to do was play knight here.
You're planning a checkmate.
Correct.
That's nice. That is very nice.
As a commentator, you got to show the checkmates. Maurice, jump in.
That's a juicy mate. That'd be nice. Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Levon is somebody I listen to very carefully. He always has this wisdom along with his wit, but he makes very insightful comments, and it's always nice to understand the way his mind works. And he said something right here, standing next to me when I was talking to him, about one of his strategies also to survive is to create chaos on the board, to make things wild and confuse his opponents. He's more comfortable in those chaotic settings. He's not necessarily going to sit there and defend and hold and bishop e7, rook a5. Let's see if I can fight you this way. He's going to start looking for lines where the opponent looks and goes, that's got to be awful. Are you kidding? No, I'm just going to crush that. But the path to it may not be so smooth and clean and easy to find. You see a move like bishop h4, we can see it's bad. It's easy to talk about. Come on, that move is bad. Then you get your queen trapped, like you did in one line.
Yeah, I did.
What? My God. Huh? That trickster, how did he pull it off? And only after you analyze that carefully, like Wesley's looking at now, do you say, okay, I'm going to leave that alone, and I'm going to play another move. But you don't want to give up your edge. You know you've got a great position. So, yes, of course, rook a d1 It's the Madison Brown rule. Get the rook out the corner, please. Just bring it into the game. Okay, it's been around for over 100 years, easily. Get all your pieces working, feel the intuition and do that. But that bishop h4, sometimes we want to refute bad moves. And the refutation is sometimes just a natural move. The bishop is just offside where it sits. But you start trying to play moves like you did, Yaz. What about queen f4? You know this is a move you could play in less than 2 seconds.
Right.
Okay, whatever. Bishop h4, let me just put my rook to d1. But you start looking at other things and burning clock the way Wesley is right now. So as easy as rook to d1 is, to all of us sitting here, as easy as it looks, he's got to burn clock, or he is burning clock, or has already done so, looking at queen f7 to make sure that's not a playable move. Maybe looking at queen f4, looking who knows at what else, maybe even knight c5 or something. He's looking at different things. And yet the easiest move after it is all said and done and we find out later, man, I could have played that in half a second. So g3, I'm sorry, that's another move you mentioned. That move needs to be looked at and is actually a good move at that, g3 in this position, creating this position with queen takes on f7 and now rook a5. And all the lines work out pretty much the same way. We could, but except there's one move that is not being suggested by the engine is this one. Because rook f5, what is the deal in this line, bishop f8? Now the engine is saying that black is better after bishop g7, thanks to this pawn being on g3. How is that even possible? What are we missing? You guys help me out here. Why did g3 weaken white's position so radically that white is actually worse?
The only thing I see is knight e5, knight f3 ideas.
Right. If the pawn was on g2, I could take on d4 and not having worried about knight f3 either. One thought that just actually did come to my mind there, Maurice, was when we saw this bishop f4, sorry, I'm trying to update the position. g3, sorry, let me just put this on the move. g3, bishop e7. One thing I saw with the pawn on g3, it's crazy. I would love to play knight g5.
With white, knight
with
g5.
white, but it doesn't work. You take it.
With pawn on g2 it worked?
No, with the pawn on g3, I can now play h4.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, and my very next move is I'm looking at knight g5, the potential being that after rook a5, there's no rook f5 either, like Roro.
Okay, that's very interesting.
That's one way
Wesley
of trying.
Played rook d1, no g3 included.
Trying to exploit the bishop h4 move. By the way, just one last gander at this move. Queen takes f7. There was rook a5, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Only move for black.
And if we just, like snack a pawn and just come back.
Rook f5.
Rook f5 and okay.
I'm gonna keep harassing your queen, knight c4.
Is it so good that move knight c4? I wasn't 100% sure.
You're giving me the pawn back on b2.
On b2, and then you would go z3.
Oh yeah,
or something?
if you let me.
That is crazy. That's hilarious. So I was kind of like a caveman. I won the food on f7 and I brought all the way back and look at me. But knight c4. Okay, very good. But rook d1, everybody's favorite move. Yes, Maurice.
Yes, so you made a very good point, and that point of h4 actually does crop up in a key line. So
g3.
So if I may, on my screen here,
please,
the move g3, bishop e7, queen f7, and then this rook a5 idea. And here you can play h4. Because after rook f5, queen e6, bishop f8, get your bishop out of there. Well, we were going back to c1 in those lines, but now bishop g5 is playable, and it's because of that pawn being secure on that square.
h4, yeah.
So very cool instincts there. However, Wesley, after some time, recognized the position and said, I'm playing rook d1.
Yeah.
I'm not taking the pawn. You're trying to trick me. You're trying to get me in there, trying to get some funky line. Nope. No, thank you. Let's bring another piece into the act, because with me fully coordinated and your bishop offside, That's great. Your pieces look scattered.
Exactly.
My pieces form a tightly coordinated unit. Rooks control in the center, bishop ready, knight in the middle, bishop on a great square, queen acting well. Do the same thing. Do the same check. Your Excel spreadsheet will tell you news is bad for you. Everything balances out in my favor with your bishop offside, your knight offside, your rook hoping to come into the game. This rook doing absolutely nothing at all. That's the money move right there. This is the move that puts Levon in trouble. And Wesley, just being careful not to get greedy or fall for any tricks, but he's playing right now a wonderful game.
He really is. Took a little time on the move. That's the point, I think, also of Levon's move, bishop h4. You play rook d1 in a bullet game, but you see bishop h4 and you start thinking, isn't there a forced refutation?
Yeah.
You know, g3, h4, queen takes f7.
I think that is Levon's strategy to just make Wesley think more. So when they get to the critical position, even if Wesley has a huge advantage, maybe he'll be in time trouble and won't be able to figure it out.
Precisely.
But I do want to draw your attention to the other game because big changes in that game. Now it looks like Alice is back in the game.
No way. I thought that Carissa was actually, when we left more or less in cruise control. Let's see what she did that was wrong.
We saw queen d2 last move.
Yeah, we're really thinking that the key to White's position is to play f2, f3 in the very near future. Queen d2, stopping ideas of knight b4, as well as e4, e3. Now we play
and
f3.
Here, f3 is what we talked about, but Carissa chose h4.
h4.
Why is it so bad? Is it because of g4?
It has to be. There's no way that Alice wants to have anything to do with this.
After g4, can Carissa still go f3?
I think the difference is that we are not allowing...
But is that a strength or a weakness on g3?
It's a strength because it hasn't been captured. No, seriously, g3, remember when she put her knight on e7, maybe with the idea... With the pawn on g3, maybe on a good... If it lives...
It's hard to believe that pawn lives.
True.
On g3.
I mean, I think it's a tightrope that Alice is walking, but maybe she can get away with it, Maurice?
You know, one of the most shocking things that I remember startled me when I first saw it happen was I was watching, I think it was Yermolinsky, play a blitz game. And someone played a move like h4, h5 that looked like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense because you're opening up the king side and, you know, and you're looking to create a hook. It was on a hook, you're opening a line. And he instantly took it. And I said, what? Your position, your king is going to be awful in that setting. Like, there's no way that could be good. And it turned out that it was the right thing to do. It's like, you gave me a pawn. That's what the deal was. My king position is not that bad. So it is possible here, after this move h4, to take, and it may be necessary, in fact, to take to try to minimize the problem. You can't play g3. G3 looks like a nice move here. Black will plant, and this is ridiculous. I know it looks really ridiculous. The knight on h3 and keep you out of the G line and being able to open up any files on that side. Suddenly you've got to start really playing chess here because the king is going to be able to move, and it may be that the other rook will show up. I mean, the rooks will start to contest on the G line, and the black king is not so dangerously placed. Now, of course, you're going to say, oh, well, we got to like white here, but a pawn is hanging on f2. Is it really? The engine gives knight c2 as the best move, daring you to take on f2 with the knight because of rook d f1. And now, you know, okay, we get this. The knight's hanging. That's problems. But still, there's nothing really else to do here. This move does allow the move f3, takes, and this. And now this pawn has been artificially isolated. We're going to start by trying to get rid of this knight. Obviously, if you play this move, we have different moves. We could just bring a rook over and start to attack along this line. We could also even start looking at moves like h5. So this is not comfortable at all for black.
Maurice, Alice just took on h4.
And Alice just did the Yermo on me. Took. And she said, I think I'll take that pawn since you gave it to me. Now I'm up a pawn. Prove that you have anything in this position. I mean, this young lady, all of 16 years old, I can tell you, Yermo wasn't 16 when I saw him take on H4 or H5. I can't remember which one, but boldly capturing and saying, I don't think you're going to get what you think you're going to get.
Wow. G4, G5 takes H4. The one thing I would really argue...
Carissa quickly responded with F3.
Yeah, would make me think that that's a really decent move, is you do have this defensive setup with a knight on G6, defending H4, defending F4. So
you're not that afraid.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, well, I've got extra guards around my king. So
and
I would have been attracted to G4.
Absolutely, that's the most natural move. But also she figured even after G4, F3 is still coming, and position will still open up on the king side. Might as well have a pawn for it.
True that, but I wasn't convinced that this position was actually that terrible for black. There was a move knight here, and what I was trying to do, I was trying to explain, at least, that this pawn on G3, as long as it survives, it keeps the G file closed, and maybe on a good day, this other knight comes to F5, and you weren't getting the open lines that you had hoped for.
Maybe not right away, but it's still difficult to keep that pawn on G3 safe.
In any case, Alice made what we think is a very good decision, very practical decision too. It's just easier to play this line as black. G5 takes F2, F3 on the board. Have I caught up with that, ladies?
Yes, this is the current position. And now what does black do? Obviously, we don't want to take on F3.
No, that would...
But white is threatening to take and maybe pin us on a file.
Yep, that is an issue.
That can be unpleasant. So do we go knight H5 anyways?
Let's have a look. Knight H5. Makes sense, right? Because you're saying that white's threat is more or less to capture and then play rook F1. So you sidestep that threat. Maybe you introduce knight G3, queen G5. I was going to say, how big a threat is this captures in rook F1? If I just go rook queen G5 for the moment.
So now if I do that, you'll move the knight and you're happy with the queen trade? Or are you bringing the other knight to G6? Let's try it out.
What?
Take on E4?
Take on E4, take on E4.
Rook F1.
And go rook F1.
Oh, bishop on B3 is hanging.
Oops.
Have to take on E6 first.
And then I was intending to recapture.
I see.
And I'm hoping you'll do me a solid favor
Fix your pawn
of
structure.
fixing my pawn structure for me. And since I've messed it up so badly, the least
I think
you
I'll
could...
play knight D6 and start
Knight
taking
D6.
some pawns back.
Oh, that's an... You know,
You do have
that
E3.
knight on that knight on B5 was so useful. I thought it was frozen forever.
Yeah.
It's like in some ice cube. You'd never move it. But that's a good move.
Yeah, this
because
is
you're
an interesting
forking.
position. You do have an in-between move E3.
Okay.
But then I want to target F7 somehow. So queen E2.
Okay.
You have to move your rook.
Makes sense. Should I tickle you back? Or rook F8?
Knight F3, knight E5. I don't have time to do that though. I need a tempo.
Knight F3.
Actually,
knight,
let's start with knight F3.
and where do I go with my queen?
I don't know, but your king side is not looking too
Yeah,
great.
it's suddenly it's yeah. I was dreaming of knight F5.
I'm dreaming of knight F7, knight E5, queen H5, and checkmate. But I'm probably just dreaming.
What a combination that would be! Wow, exciting times ahead. As we're going to get ready for break, we've got something exciting that we wanted to share. What's the excitement?
Let's take a look. This is a
throwback.
Stop the commentators. Who is this player in the picture?
Who is that gal?
I don't look anything like that anymore.
I have a confession to make. I was so used to your hairstyle that way in your glasses. When you changed,
I remember when I came back, you did not recognize me.
I was like, "How are you? Who
I'm
are
Yasser.
you?" Yes.
Yeah.
I think we're going to throw it to Irene and a Grandmaster in Residence,
Aronian Midgame.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a short break. Over to you.
Years of preparation, decades of battles, brilliance, heartbreak, and fearless sacrifices have led to this moment. 8 elite grandmasters will face off, and only one will earn the right to challenge for the World Championship. 2 American powerhouses return to the gauntlet, chasing redemption and a shot at the crown from the youngest world champion in history. Is this their year, or will a new contender seize the spotlight? The road to the title runs through the 2026 FIDE candidates. Watch it at stlouischessclub.org.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show break, and I'm still with Grandmaster Ilya Nishnik. Welcome back, Ilya.
Hello, thanks.
Yeah, we've seen so many interesting things in the first hour of the classical game today, and we didn't really touch upon the game of Carissa versus Alice so much. So you would like to say something, but this is actually the current position. And I think before we went on a break, this was the position that we saw. And if Alice could find the better move than what she did in the game, she would have been better. But who would have thought, right? Because in such a position, we think like in the queen side, everything was safe for the white's king, but on the king side, white is just trying to attack, open up the position, and then the move that Carissa did a few moves ago, h4, I would have done this in a heartbeat if it was a blitz game. It looks like it's a natural move, Ilya.
Sure. Yeah.
But enlighten us why it is not the best move in this position.
So apparently it's, once again, it's a kind of position that's really hard to understand. Well, you see black's pawn on g5 and you immediately think, oh, a hook, let's go ahead and help ourselves to the hook. Plus, usually taking these types of pawns is not a good idea, as it only promotes, further opening of the king side, and you just think to yourself, oh, well, yeah, let's just go ahead and play h4. But apparently, we don't even have to play h4 right off the bat. We can focus on trying to expose the center first by playing f3, kind of targeting the pawn on e4 here. Obviously, if black ever takes on f3, our pieces are all jumping into the fight, and the d1 rook is going to end up on e1, the h1 rook is going to end up on f1, and then we're going to go g3, and the black pieces will just all be forced to go back. And with the weakness of the king side, black is in really big trouble right now. Speaking of the idea of f3, it seems that Carissa probably didn't realize how strong f3 truly is, because over here she could have already gone for it, but playing f3 immediately without including queen d2. It is completely understandable that she didn't do this, because it feels like allowing e3 is just kind of inviting additional problems, right? Because now black has something to play for, which is the advanced pawn on e3. So that's understandable, a completely understandable choice by Carissa. And even here, as you said, h4 is the kind of move we just make in a heartbeat. Once again, appears to be a little bit inefficient in terms of attack.
Right. Just coming back to the position where we talk about this move f3, that is engine approved, but for humans' perspective, it looks very dangerous, just because after e3, you have all sort of attacking move like bishop f5, knight b4, that it looks like black is regaining momentum to have a comeback in the game. But none of this would actually be very dangerous to white's position, yeah? But still, white has to be playing very precisely.
It's just a move-by-move precision, as after g3 specifically. If white does not play g3, then yes, all those things will stand and white will be in trouble. But after g3, anything black tries to do, they always run into some kind of tactical issue. Like knight b4 runs into queen c1, hitting the e3. So does the bishop f5, where white would just end up playing queen c1, and white wins a pawn by force. As after e2, rook d2, the e-pawn will fall. And even after the move, a really scary-looking move, knight h3, where the knight is trying to come for a little fork on f2, white just gonna go ahead and move away with rook c1. Now if knight f2, just rook g1 followed by queen e2, and eventually the e3 pawn actually gonna end up being a weakness, not the strengths.
I see. Yeah, but you have to see so many moves in advance in order to have such estimation. And Carissa didn't do that. Carissa played something else instead. She played queen d2 and knight e7. I think this is a very right approach by Alice. She knows that she no longer could do something on the queen side. In fact, you know, her queen side is the one that Carissa is trying to target on. So she brought all the pieces towards the king side, and after h4, the natural move h4, I think 99% of the players would just play h4 if it was blitz games. And Alice took this one, and now after f3, it looks like black could take the momentum and be better, but
can we go back and listen?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that this move, the move that Alice supposedly was meant to play, rook c6, looks very inconspicuous because like it doesn't feel right. Black is getting hit on the king side over here. You know, white is about to advance the pawns, and then rook c6 is actually a multi-purpose move, because I think the idea of the move is to go to b6 followed by bishop d7 and start hitting the knight on the outpost. Also, while the rook is in the 6th rank, it can easily be transferred towards the king side. So this is a really cool move that actually does two things at the same time. But it's once again very hard to understand that that's what's going on as you are getting directly hit. You know, moves like rook c6, which do not carry an immediate idea necessarily, are tough to make under so much pressure.
Yeah, it was a very unnatural move to make and not very easy to find, right? But well, this is the current position right now. Knight d6 is already played.
Knight d6 is apparently a blunder because of. Wait a second. So e3 is recommended, and the engine claims that white is in trouble after e3. So just giving up a pawn, queen takes e3, rook d8. So this, all I'm seeing here is that black is essentially forcing white's knight back to where it came from, to the b5 outpost. And here somehow I feel like yeah. So this is where we are beginning to see the repercussions of white, including h4, because knight on f4 is cemented. Right? It doesn't ever have to move. h4 pawn cannot be recaptured. Anytime white tries playing f3, sorry, let's say rook e8, let's say queen f2. Anytime white tries playing f3, the knight is gonna just remain on f4, and nothing's gonna happen. So my apologies, this was a misclick. So yeah, I feel like this might just be a reason we're just now seeing the issues with white including h4 so early.
I was just trying to calculate as you were explaining everything, like why did we have to sacrifice the pawn? So I guess apparently the reason is if you play this immediately, you could just simply take this, because after this you have e5.
You have a fork, yeah, the pawn fork, and this is.
And then even though you take this, I mean, it's much better for white now because of all of these attacks towards the king. So wow, that is actually very deep. And here you have to sacrifice a pawn before rook d8 in order to avoid that position. And after this, then you play rook d8, and well, you give the pawn back, but it means. In a position, it's more clear for black where to fight and what to attack on. Wow, this is going to be a very interesting match, Leah.
For sure, yeah. It looked very promising for Carissa, but now I feel like she's slowly starting to. And e3 was played.
E3 was played.
E3 was played. Very nicely done by Alice, and I feel like Alice is beginning to seize momentum for her own, because now the king side is relatively safe for black, and after, as we mentioned, rook d8, knight b5. Now I think rook e8 followed by bishop d7, beginning to hit that annoying knight on b5. As soon as the knight is gone, anywhere it goes, black is just gonna immediately go in. And obviously here there's a better option, which is rook e2. But just as a demonstration, anytime the knight leaves, you go b5, the b file gets exposed, and white is the one getting hit right now.
There's a there are turning of events here in the game between Carissa versus Alice. So, well, maybe on the next break it would be different again because we never know.
For sure, yeah, for sure.
But
Things change so drastically every time, yeah.
But let's take a look at the other game. Wesley So versus Levon.
This is like plus. It says White is completely winning. Now what happened?
It's almost +3.
Yeah, so White is up a piece essentially.
We saw
this is where we left off,
yes,
right?
Knight G3, yes, and then it takes D4 and then Knight E4. Yeah, you don't care about this pawn. You just want
D1.
to Rook D1. This was your move before. Yes.
Well, I did recommend Rook D1 without the inclusion of Knight E4, but it does resonate to me that White is just has so much control, so much pressure, and yes, Black is up material right now, but the pieces are so disorganized. Bishop on H4 is weird. Some of Black's pieces are still underdeveloped. Rook on A8 is
and the king
placed.
too.
Correct, and it's clear that Levon is not feeling right in this case. He goes ahead and plays F5, trying to regain some of that control. But then Knight C5 comes in, hitting the B7, trying to come to E6. Yeah, it's just not looking great for Black here.
And the king in the corner is just asking to be checkmated.
For sure, yeah. I feel like Levon will probably at some point will have to play a move like Bishop F6, just trying to hold the long diagonal together. But Bishop F6, just Knight takes B7, and White begins to feast on some of the pawns.
The position is so crumbled now, yeah? Knight is attacking the queen is attacking the knight.
Right.
And if you come back here, you can just also come back with the knight. You are not down material anymore. In fact, you have a very good attacking position. Wow. Ilya, I'm expecting there will be 2 decisive results in the first classical game today.
For sure, maybe not what we expected for Carissa's game, but here definitely Wesley is on the right track.
We ran the simulation before the game. That there is about 76% that the matches will go in the playoff.
Okay,
we'll see because what we're seeing right now it's far from playoff. It's so decisive.
Yeah, for sure. If one side manages to get an early advantage by winning the first game, I don't see how the playoffs are going to happen. Yeah.
Right. That's what I thought too. Well, thank you, Ilya, and thank you for joining us in the show break. We'll see you in the next one.
Back. Thank you so much, Irene and Ilya. We have 2 fighting games going on, Yasser.
We do indeed. Let's jump into them, and specifically, let's get into the game of Carissa and Alice Lee, because we knew for a long time, that F2, F3 was going to be Carissa's approach to pry open the position, but she's done it in a poor move order, and it's a remarkable turnaround that I'm witnessing. After the move F3, we had never considered E4, E3, just giving up a pawn, just jettisoning a pawn. And
yeah, that didn't cross my mind, but that is
E3,
strong, very strong.
E3, just queen takes E3, rook D8, the knight came back, and now suddenly, wow, the knight on F4 is beautiful, it's regal, it's joyful. It's hitting the pawn on G2, but far more importantly, you're ready to go rook E2, or rook E8, rook E2, pardon me. And it's Black who's making inroads in the center and on the king side. So
Alice is currently outplaying Carissa.
Yes, and she is.
She was, there's a big time difference on their clocks. Now it's only 15 minutes, even less. And, Carissa doesn't like to be under pressure.
No.
And right now, Alice's position is doing exactly that, putting pressure on White.
Exactly, and okay, so imagine I'm making a move, a quiet move, just in anticipation, so to speak, of the rook coming and just kind of fending. You sit here and look at the position, you go, you know what? I'm really unhappy I played H4. Like, that pawn on H4 stopped me from playing G3.
You wanted back on H2.
Exactly. And this This is what's going on in Carissa's mind. that
And
she's-
Yasser, there's some new ideas now that my
Please.
bishop's on d7. Can I take on b5 and go a4, a3?
That's
I've
precisely
been
what you
trying
can
to
do.
get some attack on the queen side this whole game, and finally I have a chance.
For the first time, the knight on b5, which was plugging up the entirety of the queen side, it's missing. And after, I don't want to open up, but your a3 just pries open the queen side, and suddenly Black's king feels chill and safe, and it's white. I like this position for Alice now, and what a turnaround. The other position, as you heard Irene and Ilya, the other game, what's going on there is Wesley show. Wesley is playing a really nice game after rook d1, f5, because one day queen takes f7 was going to hit you. But knight c5, as
Your
Ilya was
move.
explaining, yeah, but Ilya was explaining it a lot nicer than I did, that this knight is ready to come to e6 and capture on d4. Knight is ready to go after that b7 pawn and undermine the knight on c6. And it really looks to my eyes like that it's play on one goal.
And it's a very one-sided game. We do have
Precisely.
a move. Levon played rook e8, and now
Rook e8.
Wesley's just double-checking. I'm sure he's going to take on b7 with a tempo. Black's only move is queen d7.
Let's have a look-see, because, okay, sorry, just
Actually, yes,
there's
sir.
a knight.
Wesley can take 2 pawns. If you
What's
play,
better than
okay.
taking one pawn? Please.
Let's try it. Knight takes b7.
Okay,
You have to go queen d7.
because queen d5 runs into,
Well, I take rook take and bishop a4 at the end.
correct, queen d7.
Knight c5 back.
Thank you. I
You have to move to d6.
only move.
And then
I have to
either
defend.
take on a4 or take on e8 first. I'm not sure which one works.
I see. So suddenly you became a pawn grabber after all of these.
I've been sitting next to you for 3 years.
yeah,
I've learned
I mean,
a lot.
At last, the training is working. The force, all is well. Yes, that's a material advantage and compensation for white.
Yes.
It's like white has the 2 bishops and everything. The reason I was hesitating is right here, because there is a bishop g7 sighting too, right? So it's one of those things where you can go knight e6 and bishop g7. You just start investigating. You go kind of go, whoa, 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 whoa. Can I do something?
So if we start with
like
knight
that.
e6 right now,
Yeah.
Black has to move the queen to probably d7.
Yeah.
It's so tempting to give a check on g7, but is it just a check?
It
It might
it
actually be
feels-
losing, right? Because we're hanging both our pieces.
Yeah, it feels like the best I can do probably is just to play knight here, in which case, yes, obviously, I'm going to be doing some pawn grabbing as well. Knight takes b7, queen d7, pause. I mean, I do so want to exploit this diagonal, the long diagonal, but taking and taking on d4 doesn't make sense. So once again, we went here, here.
Maybe take knight a4 right away, because we don't need to give up the e-file.
There's a back rank checkmate.
Checkmate. So that's a better version.
A much better version.
He's
And-
taking the pawn.
And Wesley said, well, give me that. And knight c5 will come back with a gain of tempo.
This looks lost for Black. It's not just the
Totally,
position
Maurice.
anymore. Material as well.
We've seen Levon, the trickster, on that long, windy journey to get himself into this grand finals. It's not looking good.
Boy, it's looking terrible, and it's
Right.
looking this bad because his philosophy that I said earlier when he was being interviewed, he likes to create chaos on the board. That might work in rapid chess, might certainly work in blitz, but it ain't working in classical when his opponent can just sit and look at him carefully and say, what you doing, man? This is not what you've been doing for the last several days. Remember, all he's been playing is rapid and blitz. And he's got to adjust now to classical and play much more solid chess. And he hasn't found his footing as yet, although he said that he's used to doing this kind of stuff. They're used to shifting gears all the time. Well, right now, it's Wesley who has been relaxed and getting in that idyllic state of mind that you need for classical chess. I like to do something for a second in this position. Take a look. It's something, let's go back here. If you look at this position and you say, okay, I want this position with black. Eliminate all of white's pieces from the board in your mind. Just eliminate all of white's pieces. You'd think to yourself, okay, I don't know what white's pieces look like, but I've got this bishop on h4, which I'm curious why it's there, because it doesn't seem connected. Again, the pieces off the board. Why is that bishop on h4? Then you'd say, okay, I like where my rook on e8 is, but I don't like where my rook on a8 is. And then we got these pawns up the board. Now, after knight takes b7, when you look at it now, you say, wait a second, my pawn structure, forget about the threat again, the pawn structure looks funny. My king looks exposed. This pawn on c7 is isolated, and this pawn on a4 seems like it's unrelated to the action. Now I'm really curious what white's pieces look like, because I've got this exposure of pawns. I better be attacking ferociously because my king's exposed, my pawn structure has been decimated, my knight on c6 seems funny. What's the deal? And then now you put the white pieces on the board. Actually, let's take the black pieces off the board for a second. You see white's pieces and you go, my pawn structure looks perfect. Okay, no problem. My rooks are on the open lines. That looks great. My bishop on the diagonal, my queen. That's fantastic. My bishop on h6. I hope there's no pawn on g7 where my bishop is hanging. It turns out there's not. And my knight's venturing on the b7 square for some reason. Okay, now let's put the black pieces back on the board. Now when you do it holistically, you put them all together and you look and you go, black says, this is not what I wanted. This is not how the white pieces should be, because my position is way too loose. And that is the problem, the lack of this cemento that Peter Lako looks for in individual pieces, but also in your position overall. And coordination of these pieces, it's clear that black is in deep trouble no matter what he does. His pieces are all over the place. His last move was queen to f6, and now we're looking at that bishop and going, that bishop looks mighty interesting on that square, and the queen is overworked. We play a move like g3. You can't just put your bishop back here because we collect that unprotected knight on c6. Simple variation. You can just tell. We often do that in chess positions where we just look at the state of a person's position and you can just tell something's wrong with it. And then when you look at it overall, you go, your coordination sucks.
Yeah.
That's a technical term, by the way. Sucks.
Yeah, definitely a lack of cohesion in black's camp, harmony. But unfortunately, tactics ruled the day suddenly. And with this move, queen f6, which does have the benefit of defending the knight on c6, unlike queen d7, which allowed the tempo. The problem is, once Levon put his queen on f6, he prevented the bishop from retreating. And we've been looking
Wesley's played g3?
At g3, g5 to try to, kind of turn the tables a bit.
But it walks into queen h5.
Yeah, you told me, while Maurice was showing, you showed me this move, queen h5, which I just absolutely love. It's
double attack and a defending move as well.
Yeah, it double attacks the rook on e8. It defends the bishop on h6, and it prepares to pick up the bishop on h4. Talk about an all-purpose move. It just checks all the boxes, and well, white just wins material, and it's just completely
white will be
losing.
Up a piece, full piece.
Where early days, this is seriously, it's not a miniature, but it's only move 23, or 24, pardon me, with G3. Usually, I kind of think of miniatures as being under 21 moves, but I would say it's lost. It's just lost after move 24. Something really, really went badly wrong for Levon in the opening, because he never got
a chance.
He never had a chance, no.
Can Levon try something? Rook takes e1.
After g3,
yes.
The current position. Rook takes e1, rook takes e1.
And knight e5.
And knight e5. Let's have a look-see. Knight e5. Okay, so you're hitting my queen.
You have queen f4. And you're still
I'll fall for
attacking
it.
2 pieces at once.
You've got rook e8 with some
Well,
cheapo.
some knight f3 cheapos.
Yeah,
Let's try it.
rook e8, right?
E8. I take on h4 with.
The
We
bishop.
could start with rook e5, but I guess there's no difference. Knight f3 check. We take rook e1.
And just a
Does
second.
black have any compensation for the 2 pieces? Is our king weak?
Weak king as well.
I mean, black king is
What-
seriously weak.
Seriously weak. Yeah, the black king.
No, I think white king is completely safe here.
And
White just needs a couple of moves to connect the pieces and it'll be game over.
agreed, agreed. Maybe I could have even have done it a little bit better in some way, but even what we just did right there was pretty darn good.
Yeah, they both have about 30 minutes. Levon caught up on the clock, so it doesn't have the time advantage either, but on the board he's just lost right now. But again, don't count him out. He's the
He's
comeback,
the trickster.
right?
Check out this.
He called himself the comeback king or something, and he's proven over and over in this tournament he can come back from any position. So we'll see if he can swindle Wesley today.
Yeah, it's one of those things that sometimes you make a move, or you make a move because it's such a strong move. It's so obviously good. Your queen to d5, it just attacks a knight. It's just like really, really good. And he takes, and your queen gets taken. And it was sort of like this. I mean, it happened to Tatev yesterday. Yeah. It was like she played this move, bishop d4. It's so visually, so incredibly strikingly strong. Your bishop obviously belongs on d4.
And then that cold shower.
She took it.
Your opponent takes it. Yeah.
And you go, what? It was a
Do you
real
want to play
tragedy.
queen d5 here? Is that why?
Yeah, there was one game at David Bronstein, Tigran Petrosian, where it was like this backward captures, and there goes a queen, and it was like for Soviet championship or something like incredibly prestigious title at the time, and like people were in shock that a top grandmaster could blunder in one move. Maurice, over to you.
Yeah, those backward knight moves definitely get you all the time. And right now we have this position in the other game. Alice Lee just showing incredible class. The kid's impressive, we know that, but man, she is just saying, okay, you got me in the opening, you try to fool me, but now I'm starting to outplay you. And we had a position back here, actually back here, after this move, e3, a wonderful move because of this mistake, knight to d6. And she said, you can have this pawn back. Now put your knight out. Now we're going to target that sucker. And knight to d3, well, we're killing that one. And now rook to e8, quickly knight e5 on the board. And the one thing we look at here that is compromised in black's camp is that pawn on h4. And we say that pawn looking kind of funny. But it's so well protected at the moment, we're not so worried about it. But on the other side, white's king used to be a picture of protection. There used to be no problem over here. Now this idea of a4 suddenly shows up that you all pointed out earlier. And wherever you put your bishop, there's this move a3 saying, you think my king is weak, what about yours? So let's deal with this issue as well. So black, and by the way, you could always think about taking on e5 just at the right time because that knight is pinned. So black is the one with all the initiative, all the attack. We saw that h4 move get met by captures on h4. She's got that initiative, but one issue in this wild position as we go back to the game position, there is one issue, and it's still a completely insane game, and Alice is now down to just 22 minutes and 22 seconds and ticking. That's going to be a chance possibly for Carissa because she's not busted. It's still a sharp game. But man, in just a half hour or so, you're going to see Alice's time down to under 10 minutes. And we know that's where mistakes creep in.
Thank you, Maurice. That's very true. Carissa is so good on the clock. She's almost never in time trouble, and she likes to put her opponents in time pressure.
Keep the pressure herself, yeah.
But I do think if Alice goes now for a4, her next at least a couple of moves are pretty easy to make. Don't have to think a lot.
One thing that Maurice did not look at, and I'm just absolutely curious why not, is if Alice succumbs to, what was always my weakness, which was the temptation to win a pawn. Why can't she just capture
Queen
twice?
A7?
Queen A7 is the disturbance.
Either way, A4 is on the board. She played the best move.
Wow, that's nice, because Queen A7, you're not going after the A pawn, but yeah, I can understand why Queen A7. So she has played in the game A4.
And the only move that's
Nice.
not losing for Carissa is Bishop C2.
Okay.
Obviously, taking on A4 is
Taking
terrible.
on A4, no, I don't want.
Bishop A2 doesn't look so hot either.
Okay, so Bishop C2 makes sense, and by the way, maybe I can get.
Yeah, but you're still walking into A3.
Okay, I got to take that guy too.
I don't know about that.
All right, how
Want to
are
take
you?
it? Now
I'm
I'll
going to
take on
close my eyes.
Now I'll take on E5 twice.
Okay, and the big diff is that after
A5 pawn is no longer there.
Queen A7 no longer rocks the boat, huh?
No, C3 pawn is hanging, so I don't think you can afford to leave the C3 pawn behind.
Okay, so Queen to D4.
Okay, so what's the material? 3-5. It's even, right? If it is
Yeah,
even.
but my king, White's king, Carissa's king, is the one who's suffering.
I was thinking there's knight E2, and maybe we can go to the end game, but since White king is suffering, maybe Black should keep the queens on the board.
So something like this. This?
Oh, H6 though.
This? Well,
Who's
this is...
checkmating first?
Yeah, who gets there first?
King B1? I think somehow White is safe.
I did it. I did it. You had no choice. You had to follow. You had to fall into my trap.
Found a way to checkmate Black's king in this
Well,
position.
knight e2, queen takes h4. There was no reason for you to.
I can just train and take on c3, but
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. Maybe we should keep the queens on the board since.
Yeah, you can do better. Do you after takes on c3? Was that? I thought you were going to go. I don't know, rook c8, rook a8.
Rook a8, probably.
Rook a8. Just kind of keep the king side fixed. But is it convincingly easy for you? A4, king b2. Oh, I saw on my left. Boy, king b2 is like the worst move on the board, and now I'm being punished.
Queen d6 or something? Maybe queen b6.
Queen b6.
Queen somewhere.
And just getting over there, and
if you play e5 is hanging and b5 is hanging, double attack.
Oh, nice. Rook takes e5 on your agenda. Bishop, queen takes b5 on your agenda. Got it. I was thinking, I didn't see the killer to a4, but rook takes e5 clears the cobwebs. Got it. All right. So, okay, a4, you're telling me that Carissa has one move only, bishop c2. She's got 37 minutes to find it. And after bishop c2, Alice has to continue with a3, right?
Yes, but to be fair, if I was Carissa, I would play bishop a2, just so when a3 comes, at least a file is more closed. Doesn't that make sense?
It does, but another question I was about to ask, can I play b3 and maybe just hold?
Well, that thermometer just told us no.
I saw that. I saw that. I didn't want to, because I didn't see exactly the reason why b3.
Oh, because in the same line now, when I take on c3 with the queen, you will get checkmated on b2. So that
okay,
long line
so
with
in that
95.
long variation where we went munch, rook takes, queen to d4,
and knight e2.
Knight e2. Let's trade queens.
Rook g5.
And now, last time when I played queen takes h6, now I see what you're meaning. That's deep. I like it. Nice. So okay, so how bad is allowing a3 takes b2? Is it really, really bad? I just don't know what I'm supposed to do.
But it does look very scary. And it's not just that White's king is weak. White has no counterplay at the moment.
So show me how bad it is. Bishop takes g6. Let's give it a go.
Maybe Maurice can help me too.
Maurice, Help Nasi here. Tell us what we're missing.
Well, it's not missing anything. It just White has a problem because his A-pawn is racing down the board, and now you're just defending. And there is nothing that's going to really help, as you're not going to lose on the spot, but you're just going to be worse. And that's the best line. So she just has to stay in the game, does Carissa. But somebody who's not going to stay in the game is Levon Aronian. And let's take a look, as he did play the move G5 that you all were thinking about. And this move would be almost okay if not for one really serious problem, and that's that move, Queen to H5. And this move will guard White's bishop. And to go back to the question, your bishop on H4, you remember when you played it there a few moves ago? It's now perfectly trapped on that square, and I'm ready to take it. I'm glad to take it, and you're going to go down after I take it. Prove to me that you have any kind of compensation here. Maybe somehow you're going to trap my knight on B7? Hope against hope. Let's just talk about your bishop and your king side collapsing. So Levon is fully busted. If he comes back from this game, it'll be because of incredible wizardry that he has shown throughout this entire event. But right now, right here, he's struggling to see, can I just somehow distract this guy? Because right now Wesley is playing like a machine.
Yeah, he's played an incredible series of great moves as Wesley. I mean, really, each and every time he's spot on. And this move, Queen H5, my goodness, when you think about how many boxes it checks, it defends the bishop on H6, it hits the rook on E8, hits the bishop on H4. It's just
protects H6.
It's all around an absolutely picture-perfect move. I mean, if you want a postcard of your own games, you know, Queen H5 is picture-perfect. What a great move. That would be a winning position.
The only thing is he might consider what's the difference if he takes on E8 first, then goes Queen H5, and there is a big difference.
Okay, point that one out to us, because this also looks very attractive.
And after Queen H5, now Black has Rook E6.
Which you don't have when the rooks are on the board. That's a nice point. The rook is under attack by the queen, but now we get the tempo against the
I mean, even this looks bishop. Like if White takes on H4, you take on H6, we trade. Even that looks unpleasant for Black, but maybe it's not as bad as the
definitely not
H5.
Definitely.
I mean,
not
H takes G5, F4. Even this looks pretty crashing, but
true. Yeah. But yeah,
and he's found the best move. Queen H5 is on the board. Wesley's on fire today. Once
you see that move, Queen H5, you can't look away. You can't unsee it. It's such a powerful looking move. You came up with some cheapo variation where you got in a knight E5 and somehow you managed.
That might have been Maurice.
No, it was nice. Somehow you managed to get two pieces for a rook.
Oh, right. What did I do?
It was clever.
Oh, it was rook E1 and then knight E5.
There you go. Rook E1, knight E5. And I was kind of sore that, that somehow I hadn't just like claimed the game.
But this was not the position, because here we just take on H4.
No, this was not the way we got it. How did we get it? How did you tricked me? You're a trickster.
I can't see it now. Queen H5.
I'm not sure exactly how you did it either, but there was.
Was it this line for sure?
Was it knight E5?
But still, we take on H4. It's a full piece.
And I'm not getting this. Yeah, I think it was knight E5, take on H4, Queen C6, something like this. Can I?
No, I haven't seen this move, but this does look good.
No.
How is White still winning here? We take on E5?
Yeah, easily. Rook takes E5 and.
I mean, our knight is trapped, but the Black King is in danger, right?
Yeah. Wow. Okay, Queen.
Levon is now down on the clock. It's 22 minutes against 26.
That's usually an incisive point, that when the clock time suddenly the players change, who's ahead or who's behind on the clock is an indication that one of the players is having difficulty finding moves. Queen h5 looks crushing. Maurice, over to you.
Carissa in trouble and also losing that edge on the clock that she had earlier. But she did finally play this move just now as I was speaking, the move bishop to c2. And we're expecting to see a3 land on the board. It's not a move she really wanted to see, but it's going to be necessary. And now she needs to figure out how to deal with that side of the board that's collapsing. She can play this move takes, and after takes, rook takes, put her queen on d4, as you mentioned earlier, Yaz. And in this position right here, her opponent has to understand that the best and only move for an edge is rook from b to e8. Not a super difficult, complex move to find, but it doesn't feel as though it's automatic, like just double rooks with seemingly no real threat. As a matter of fact, if you play the move rook to d2 right now, the best move is supposed to be queen, and again, the only move to keep a real edge is queen to g5. I gotta say, yes, black may be better, but this has the contours of a game that could suddenly shift direction because it's the one that looks like you're better, but then all the best moves don't seem so intuitive, and then your opponent finds a way, given that their position is what it is, just needs to be improved. Moves like a4, by the way, can come to mind in some of the rook a8 lines. I would say this is not so easy at all, and now we'll just get to the live game. a3 on the board. Her best bet, it looks like, is to take this pawn, although she could also just play bishop takes on g6 and hope for the best in this position as well and say, I've got some fight maybe here. I think this game is still a 3-result game, even though black is better.
Thank you, Maurice. And in fact, I was just following up on that very last position that you left us with. And Nasi gets to answer my question, or maybe you do as well. Bishop takes, Maurice as well. Takes, takes. And this is where he stopped. And I said, well, don't stop here. Let's go. G3. We know.
Okay, I'm going to take, and you're going to take on h6?
Yeah. It's funny, but Carissa has been dreaming of breaking through on the H file ever since.
Oh, yeah, this is really double-edged now.
Well, I'm
Look,
not
H1
happy
is
this
coming.
pawn.
Yeah, true. Maybe you should just push g2 to stop you from playing rook h1.
Isn't that hilarious? Because that pawn, like, if that pawn were on g2 and black pawn goes to g2 and I come into the playing hall, I'm the captain of the women's Olympic team, sitting there saying the monitor's wrong.
Yeah, it should be a white pawn.
That's a white pawn on g2, right?
Yeah.
But you're right, g2 maybe to stop. I was hoping that you would play, for example, I don't know, a move like king g7 and allow me to double up my rooks. Although again,
g2 again, right?
There's still that. Well, there's still g2, but there's rook h7 as well. Is that a possibility? A way of Carissa, trying to mix it up? She has not played the move bishop takes g6. By the way, she is
not yet. She's thinking.
She is thinking over how to deal with this. I call this breaking up the team. You play a move like a3. I have this great team, b2, c3, d4, and you're breaking up the team.
Looking at them, Alice looks a bit nervous, while Carissa looks pretty confident. So maybe they're not evaluating the position the way we are.
Right. And on that note, okay.
Or maybe Alice is just cold and not nervous.
On that note, do I need to include bishop takes g6? Like if I go g3 and you take.
Right. You
and
can
I
always take bishop g6, right? Well,
yeah,
maybe. Well, engine says no.
So we
take on b2.
I was going to recapture.
So what's the difference? That you have the bishop on c2.
The rook on h6 is hanging after knight e5. Knight e5 and knight c4 check.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Oh, okay. So that's the big difference. That's why I have to include bishop.
That is so tricky.
Oh, those tricky knights, said Joel Benjamin. Oh, those tricky knights. So that's why I actually do have to include bishop g6, take on b2 check, king takes b2,
And then
takes,
on h6.
and now play this crazy move g3, h takes g3, and we get to this position where you try g2. Maybe that's not the only move, but let's try g2. And now, is this
is very hard to
over?
evaluate. For whom?
I don't know. I'm
yeah, we
confused.
need Maurice's help.
Maurice, jump in.
Well, the eval bar is showing it right there. It's not over.
It's not over. It's
slightly better for
Carissa's
black.
fighting.
It's slightly for black, but it's still a 3-result game. This is clearly not a mating attack for black. It's clearly not a mating attack for white. It's what's going on.
Yeah.
What's the best way to play? Given a singular element in that pawn on g2 is not something you see every day. Remember, you said you walk into the playing hall and you say to the arbiter, sorry, somebody accidentally put a black pawn on g2 instead of a white one. Because this is just not something you see every day. You couldn't even tell what opening it came from, this position. Like, what is this? Exactly. How did they get this position? So it's just wild. And I'll show you a wild line here. Rook to g1. In this position, the move rook to a8. And now black is trying to get something going on that side. And we do see bishop g6 land on the board. We do see ab2. These two ladies, young ladies, are playing GM level decision chess right now. They're just impressive to see how well they play. They make mistakes from time to time, but man, it's GM level mistakes too. I mean, they may not be 2,700 chess, but 25, just watch. Less than 2 years, for sure, both of them will be top 10 in the women's game without question, in my opinion, and then we'll see what they do from there. But right now, in this analysis that I have on the board as we wait for for Carissa to respond to this capture, which I can't imagine she's doing anything else other than the king takes on b2. This position, take a look. The idea, if we can focus on this for a second, is the move rook takes g6. How do you like that one? Rook takes g6 as a move. If we could bring that up, because we don't need to see the players producer, we just bring this one up. Rook takes g6. And take a look. You have to take, if you take with the queen, we are taking. And when you take here, we're taking back your g2 pawn, your d pawn is hanging, and you got problems. We're not losing that position. I mean, we may not win, but we're not losing because we got enough material. So you take back after rook takes g6 with the knight, and now rook takes g2. And this pin is annoying. That knight, we're not maybe taking immediately, but there's the problem of queen to h6 on tap. And if you play king to g7, just shift the queen over and talk to the knight. Hello, your knight is hanging. What are you going to do about that? If you play the move rook to e6, well, we're taking that. Thank you. And now we go into this position. And after queen f5, your rooks do nothing, and our queen is dominant. So that move this line could easily transpire with the move rook takes on g6 after rook g1. You have to be very careful right here in this position as black. And this is something white can achieve. And this is why I say it is still a 3-result game, no matter what the engine is saying. Well, it actually saying that black is only ahead by a little bit, but there's no headlock here. This is just chaos that they have to navigate, and they have to navigate it with 20+ minutes on their clock. This is still a wild position that the two of them have to play.
Absolutely, it is wild. Rook takes g6, really nice. I'm not used to seeing it, seriously. So you have literally the double attack, everybody understands, but then you have your overworked piece. So for example, in this game, in the game of Levon, Levon went queen f6, which was defending the knight on c6 and bishop on h4, but it was an overworked piece. And I'm used to seeing a queen that's overworked as well as a rook, the major pieces. The knight on f4 is an overworked piece because it has to defend the g6 pawn and the g2 pawn.
You don't see that often.
No, that was very curious. As Maurice was explaining what Carissa's threat is, rook takes g6 and rook takes g2. and how that would comfortably
My
equalize.
question is, why is Carissa taking time here after A takes B? She's considering a different move besides king takes B2?
Okay, let's take a look. Bishop takes G6. Why would she take her time here? King B1. That's the only thing.
How can that be better?
Right.
King takes B2.
Okay, so let's have a look. Why could King B1 be potentially better? Takes.
Well,
G.
according to the engine, it's losing for white.
Yeah, I see
She's
on.
taking it. She's taking it.
Okay.
And now
It just took her a while to just. She was probably just checking the variations that we're checking, which was King takes B2, F takes G6 on the board. Now, if I don't play G3.
Black's going to play G5 and be much better.
Right. G5 will just cement the king side. It will keep this pawn. Like if I play some defensive move like rook to D2 so that I keep seizing the defensive with rook to A1, no.
Queen
There's
B6.
no joy in Mudville here. No joy. I got to play G3, Maurice.
Definitely have to play G3, but we need to look at the other game because Levon played a move that is essentially resigning, and just look at the body language there. He knows this is completely lost. He's going to have to just flush this one out of his system because Wesley just played a masterful game, and there are simply no tricks. And look at the move he played here. He played, after looking at it deeply, rook to G8, maybe scaring your opponent off from taking the bishop because the G line opens. Wesley said, no, I'm taking it. Sorry.
I'm calling your bluff.
Yeah, let me understand what it is you're trying to do because you're not winning anything. You're not winning the bishop in any way. The bishop's not trapped. The F-pawn suddenly is coming under fire from this C2 bishop and this H5 queen, so that will happen at some point. Bishop F5, you have no rook G6 really.
Ideas.
I mean, that actually does not. We can move our bishop if we want. That's probably the simplest thing to do. The engine gives the move knight to C5, saying that if you take here, you're going to go down really fast. We're the one who's going to use the G file to attack your king as it's getting flushed out.
Wow.
But bishop F4 is also plenty good enough. So I'm not even sure what Levon's trick was in this position. I thought maybe he was trying to play for knight E5 and get that queen on C6 you all talked about earlier. But we could just play queen takes on F5, and the knight on E5 is hanging with check. So you have no time to take the bishop, and queen C6 check can just be met by bishop to E4.
Ouch.
That's all she wrote. There's really nothing to look at now. And again, I want you to do that same thing about the scattered position. You just see black's pawns are all over the place. Maybe if white's king were sitting here with pieces on the other side, but right here, right now, is just nothing we can even imagine Levon could concoct to show any resistance. Again, he's just got to say, bad game, but he's been here before. The comeback kid, can he take this loss on the chin and come back tomorrow and even up this match?
Yeah, it is the first of two classical games. Levon will certainly get an opportunity tomorrow. He has not played a good game, but all credit to Wesley. In this current position, because I really enjoy pawn breakthroughs, if Levon wasn't lost, an ideal move for black is A3. I mean, just look at it. It's beautiful, right? The pawn on C3 is protected by the pawn on B2. You undermine the pawn on B2. You take the pawn on D4. Ha 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 ha. You know, I'm one move away from queening. This is how I cheapo my opponents,
the problem
right?
with it is that you're still down a piece.
That's the problem. Yeah, and conversely, if you take the pawn on A3, then we take the pawn on C3. And again, if I wasn't down a piece, busted on the other side, you know, this is how we trick our opponents.
Have a move. Levon played rook G6, attacking the bishop on H6.
And as Maurice pointed out, simple, withdraw the bishop to F4, and well,
Where's
your
the
piece up.
compensation?
Yeah, there isn't. But that other line that Maurice was showing, which was like, hey, my knight's in trouble. Let me play knight to C5 so that I can bring it back into the game. And just give back the piece because of this nice series of of checks.
It's all forced.
It's all forced. You put your king. I got another check for you, and I've got another. Oh no, this.
No, you have
no,
to
I have to play
Rook
rook g6, rook g1 first. I did it in the wrong move order. Apologies. You got to play rook g6. Now I go knight e6. Now you got king h6.
And
Wait
the
a
knight on
minute.
c6 is hanging at the end.
That's all I get? I thought I was winning your queen. I thought I was winning your queen. That's all I get?
The extra piece is still pretty good.
True that.
Yeah. Plus, especially with this line, we trade a lot of pieces, so we go to the end game up piece.
Well, that sounds good. Check, check, king h6.
Take on g6 maybe. I don't know if we need to.
Yeah, and take on on
You
c6.
maybe take on g6 first. The engine didn't love that for some reason.
Really? Either way,
It's a full piece.
It is a full piece, and so Wesley now is enjoying enjoying the moment. Whether I would retreat the bishop for another reason. I just feel that the bishop on f4 makes my king a little bit safer.
And also, there's always bishop e5s to watch out for black.
Yeah, I like the idea of keeping this knight tethered so that you can't play.
So it's probably the best piece we have on f4. So
right.
I would totally understand if Wesley didn't walk into all those calculations and just dropped back to f4.
Exactly. And don't forget, also, we've got this ready-made attack of bishop takes f5, and that's a mate on h7. The rook is... So Wesley having everything go his way. I think this game is winning. I'm going to go back to the Carissa game for a moment because we did see the move, but we haven't seen the move g3. If she comes up with that g3, rook g1, rook takes g6 idea,
The thing is, she has to, otherwise she's much worse.
Wow, we're not worthy. That would be great stuff, Maurice.
Yes, but the problem is g5 is coming.
Right.
Black is about to play g5. Black plays g5. You take a look at it on the board. You have nothing. Remember a moment ago we were talking about that weak king of, well, it was quite a few moves ago, the security of White's king versus the open airiness of Black's king, especially when she took on h4. And it's one of those things you see it, and when you see it, you're shocked by it, and then you see it again because I've seen the same idea since, and then you go, yeah, they take. You better be careful because it looks like it's opening up the position, but in fact, that extra pawn is a shield, and that pawn on h4 has been a shield for quite some time, and you need to break it up right now with g3. You just have to play this move and hope for the best. The fact that she doesn't see a forced line, though, may make her say, hold on a second. I'm even materially, do I have to go that route? Do I have to give you this pawn and then allow this pawn on g2 protected by a knight that I can't really eject so easily? Are you sure this is what I want to do? King g7 is coming? Because it means right now you have to find this as your only move again, and then you're ready to take on g6 and then take on g2. That's hard. I'll tell you right now, that is super hard. She pulls that off. Yeah. Applause, applause. And I have a bad feeling. And you could see a little bit of a hint of desperation, but look at that. And she's played queen d2. Like I said, it's super hard to see that line, but queen d2 is not a good move. As we go to the live position, she has played this move, not seeing concretely what to do in that variation, and saying to Alice, all right, figure out how to beat me. G5, we said, would just lock up that side quite nicely. And it's still a game. It's much, much better for Black now. But this is more logical to me. This makes sense because that other line was just way too deep.
Yeah, that line was a tactical minefield, and you have to walk it with rook g1 and rook takes g6 and rook takes g2. But on the other hand, I must say queen d2 is not actually inspired either, because after the move g5, not only is the queen no longer tethered to the knight, but you're starting to look at queen b6, and suddenly there's no defenders.
And G3 is no longer an idea even.
No.
So the game will switch to the queen side where, of course, it's Alice who's in charge.
And then it's a kind of a play on one goal. Black's king is perfectly safe. Carissa's king is going to come under heavy fire. There's only one idea that maybe... No,
You're touching the c-pawn?
Yeah.
Completely opening up your king?
It's really ridiculous.
No, I can't. No.
Yeah, no, I can't believe it either. No, don't believe it. What do I have to do? Rook to A1,
Rook
queen
A1
to
is the only
B6.
thing I see.
I know, rook A1. But queen B6 looks like, to me, this game is going all Alice's way. And by the way, let's not forget that not only is she the defending champion, but her path to this grand final has been fantastic.
She's been dominating absolutely
I mean, she
every
didn't
match.
lose a single game, and she
No.
started 2 out of 2, two classical wins. I mean,
She was only in trouble
wow.
once against Zoe Tang.
Yep.
For a move or two, she escaped that, and the rest, she won most of the games and was never in trouble.
And when she faced up with Carissa in the
classical games were
Champions,
easily drawn,
right?
and in the blitz,
Bang.
yeah,
2
2-0.
zip.
Let's check in with
Wesley?
and Levon. I think this game is
Heading
heading
for
towards an end.
a result very, very shortly. Guess what? He did play. Wesley did play after Rook G6.
He's up in
This
exchange
line
now.
with Rook E8.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
played
yeah,
for
he
this
did
line
calculate
with
it.
Rook
Mhm.
E8. Check. Takes. But
Well,
this
this
is
is
only an
different.
exchange. This is not the piece
He kept
variation.
the bishop instead of the knight, so that's why it's different. But here he has knight c5 follow-up, and knight e6 is still coming.
Knight C5.
That's why it's
follow-up.
completely winning. It's not just the exchange.
So we're threatening knight E6,
Yes.
and that's pretty.
And if you give me queen f3 check, I just have rook g2, and I hide easily on h2 on the next move.
Or even on
Or g1,
G1.
yes.
And then my turn.
I mean, black has 2 knights that are completely useless right now.
Yeah, and most especially the knight on B6 has kind of been offsides. Sometimes you get those knights in Grunfelds and Englishes where the knights are on the C6 and B6 square, where they look pretty, but you later realize they never played a role. And we do have this position on the board.
Did he
No,
play knight
I
c5?
have
Not yet.
played knight C5, I apologize.
I mean, he has other moves, I'm sure. Queen e4 looks good. But I want to bring the knight back and create threats right away.
Yes, you do. Maurice.
Yes, looking at this position, we see that on the other game with Carissa, that G5 was played.
Yep.
Right? And this
Very
position,
strong.
you know, I like one thing. We talk about double pawns are bad. Double pawns. You learn that early on. And then later you learn that double pawns are not that bad. Black's double pawns are just good.
And then you learn.
This is just, you want a structure like this one, a pawn protected by a pawn. And now we see Carissa desperate to defend as she played queen to c2, queen b6, and now she's brought her queen over to that side, and she says, all right, I'm going to count on my knight sitting on e5, this knight right here, keeping you out of the e file, and then I'm going to use my rook to keep you out of the a file, and that makes the attack much harder to execute. So the queen is now protecting on that side. The thing I want to draw your attention to now is the clock times. They're both trying to keep a little bit of pace, and you see there Alice now falling below Carissa on the clock. This game is definitely Black's to start with, but it's certainly giving Carissa a couple of moves. It's not that easy. It's not like it's automatic. You see a little bit of a nervous move there from Alice, and I think that you get a couple more of those type moves, you can easily see this game turning into or devolving into some time chaos mistakes, because they're just at a point now where there's just not a straightforward conclusion to the position. So let's keep an eye on this, because this could get super exciting.
Thank you, Maurice. Yasser, what do you think about this last move, rook c8? Because I thought she was going to a8.
I did too. I truly did. I thought we were going to go to a8, rook a5 ideas. Obviously, with the move rook c8, she's aspiring to play the move knight e2.
Oh, she's
and not
targeting the c3 pawn.
Right. She's not going to play knight e2 and allow queen takes d5, but I think she's going to play king to g7 with the intention.
There's another idea for Alice.
Please.
Rook e5 and rook c5.
Rook e5 and rook c5. That's also a very nice idea.
If you let me, yes. If you don't go rook e1.
Rook g1.
Rook g1, yeah, let's take on e5 and rook c5. That's it. That has to be
nice. Nice. And yeah, any well-traveled dragon player will tell you, you know, you're getting a great attack.
I've lost against Alice with similar tactics before, so I know
yeah,
she's very good at setting up such combinations.
That's a beauty right there. I was actually thinking of rook e5. When the rook was on a8, I was going to go rook a5, rook e5, so that the idea was...
Well, Carissa spotted it, by the way.
So that the idea was as a queen check. And then when the queen comes on to c2, I've got rook a2.
She played rook e1 to avoid this rook e5 idea. Well spotted.
Okay.
15 minutes, by the way, for Carissa and 17 for Alice. They are headed towards time trouble.
Time trouble. The very desirable knight takes g2 allows queen takes d5 check.
G7.
Which is why I think king g7 will be Alice's move. She played it. She played it rather quickly.
She's playing so well, Alice. That is, once she got the initiative, because in the beginning she was hesitant and Carissa was in the driver's seat, but as soon as she got the initiative, she's played all the best moves and faster than Carissa.
Exactly, and very, very impressive. Here, rook here. With,
doubling on c5?
Yeah, with the ideas of rook takes c3. And again, knight takes g2 is definitely on her agenda because it's the type of move that when you do take away the g2 pawn, then the h pawn is passed, and all endings, all endings are won. Just every single.
I think that pawn can promote even in the middle game.
You may not get to the ending. Okay, let me refresh the board.
Should we go
Rook
back
D2?
to the other game because I think it's going to end quicker than this one.
All right, let's do it.
Here,
we're going to go back to Wesley So versus Levon.
We love Alice's position, but she still has a lot of work to do to convert her advantage.
Knight c5, as we expected. Knight e6 check is a massive winning threat because then we can take the knight on c6. Levon played knight e7.
Now rook e1 comes, as long as I'm not walking into some perpetual, but on queen f3 I have king g1,
Always
right?
king. You know, it's funny, the pawns on h3 and f2 make it almost impossible for you to make a perpetual.
Yeah. Both of them are at 14 minutes.
And we
but
expect
I think the
rook
game
e1.
is almost over. Rook e1 about to be played. And then, if nothing else, Wesley can trade queens, right? Queen e5 and win the
If
endgame.
nothing else.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suspect knight e6 is something else too. Yeah, too many great continuations now for Wesley. Levon, you know, sometimes, hey, you just have a bad day at the office, and just as, you know, Wesley made a remarkable comeback, winning on demand against Fabi in a classical game that he had to, Levon will face the same reality. He needs to win on demand tomorrow.
So Levon hasn't played a classical game in a couple of days, right? Since the first day.
Right.
So he's maybe kind of out of rhythm. He's been playing Rapid and Blitz every day.
Yeah.
While Wesley
has been playing classical chess.
It is hard to. I know these players play so many events and different formats, and they're so used to jumping back and forth, but it does affect your play.
Yeah, and when we came into today's matchup, and trust me, the players are very, very aware of this, they're individual head-to-head, and it's 3-3.
With 28 draws.
With, you know, 24 draws, and you want to be the guy who
gets the plus score.
Gets the plus score, tilts the scale in your favor. This would no other way to say it. This would be a huge win for Wesley on many levels, including an enormous step to his very first American Cup title.
Yes, and if Wesley wins today, he will only need a draw tomorrow with the black pieces to win the title for the first time.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to
Maurice,
point out,
yeah.
I'd like to point out too that you say it's a couple of days. He last played a classical game on March 4th. Today's March 10th. So it's almost been a week since he's seen a classical game. And he's literally been training rapid and blitz this whole time. So that adjustment does take time. And we're seeing it here that Wesley, who has played classical since, was much better adjusted. Not to take anything away from Wesley for having played a wonderful game. Just very straightforward play, power play. He never gave Levon a chance in this one, playing with knight f5, d4, those beautiful moves earlier in the game just to get this position. Incredible chess.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Wesley in his top form today, and Levon definitely not showing his best chess.
One of the things, if I may, criticism of Wesley, and it's not just him, it's really the organizers of the world of chess. It's sort of like Wesley's is fallen into what I would call the tyranny of the rating system. So the tyranny of the rating system is so many invitations today are based upon having the highest rating. So Wesley, he plays this conservative brand of chess not to put his rating at risk. But when you really push him and you force him to play really, really hard, like he did with Fabi, he can rise to the occasion and beat anybody in the world, as we've witnessed.
Of course, there's so few players in the world that have ever been 2,800. And Wesley was that 10 years ago.
Right.
And he still remains in top 10 since then.
We do have a move by Levon. Levon has played knight on b6, power to him. That knight on b6 that never moved.
Finally.
He brought his knight, and knight e6. Wesley said, wait a minute, let me just check out your king.
I think Wesley's going to trade the queens on the next move, just to get rid of all black's ideas, right? Queen
and
f8.
He threats to...
Oh,
he didn't play king h6.
He played king h7.
He played king h7.
Just so queen f8 is not a check, right?
Okay.
But it is still forcing the queen trade. Your queen has nowhere to hide.
Exactly. So is the king... the king cannot be better on... This is a second. If he had played king h6...
I think they're both terrible, unfortunately, for Levon.
But queen f8 check...
At least you're not in check after.
You're not in check, and you do... Remember when I was saying you have this...
Something on the queen side.
Something. I don't even know what to call it, but I got something on the queen side. But king h7, queen f8, well... Now I get to recapture with...
Well, you can still have it, because after knight f8 check, you can go king g8.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. King g8, right.
But let's see, does he actually have anything with the pawns?
Takes, king g8, knight back.
And let's try your... Yeah, you can take on c3 twice.
Here.
So here I'll take on d4 and then rook b1, right? I immediately pick up the pawn.
Yeah, too easy. I've ran out of tricks. Nothing I can do. So queen f8 is really, really a good move. Knight
and can you
takes
believe
d4.
Wesley 2 days ago, he said in the interview?
Yeah.
Sorry, over to you, Maurice.
Yeah, sorry. I hate to interrupt, but the other game is just getting now to that critical point we talked about. Let's wait half an hour and see what the clocks are. And we see Carissa hunker down. Let's take a look at the board. She played with rook he1. We saw king g7. She played rook d2. And only just now did rook a8 land on the board. Look at Alice's clock, 11:19. Now, if she was rolling, winning this position, we'd say, okay, who cares? But this is not completely easy to win. The move rook to a1, challenging that rook, is the best way to play. And the key is going to be for her, she has a 3-2 majority that she can turn into a passed pawn on the other side of the board. These double pawns can actually be turned into a passed pawn after you remove some of the resistance, particularly of this knight. But the clock, 11:19, that's serious business. And I can imagine that Carissa will end up also in time pressure. So it's going to be a nervous affair very soon. I can see this game under 5 minutes each, unless there's some horrific blunder. It could very easily get down to that sub 5 minute mark, and then they will have to play some accurate moves because we know what happens in time pressure, and it does make fools of us all.
It certainly does.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, just to finish the thought, what I was saying was that Wesley, 2 days ago,
Yeah, he was facing elimination.
and he was telling Maurice that he didn't want to come to the game.
Yeah, it was
that he
sort of
felt like he was a terrible player.
Right.
Since then, he beat Fabiano twice, and he's just playing one of his best games of his life today against Levon. Don't quit chess.
Don't quit chess, the moral of the story. And no queen f8. You know, again, when you're busted and you're hopelessly busted and you know you're busted, you look for your wand tricks, right? You're fishing for queen f3 check. You're hoping to do things. You're looking at a3. You're hoping something. So knight takes d4 eliminates queen f3 check. It really takes the sting out of a3 because now there's no c4 takes d3. You've got no passed pawns and opens
But what
up
about c5,
rook takes
Yasser?
e7.
What if I force your knight to move so I can have some checks? Well,
Exact-
one check.
Exactly. Here, you know, it was funny because I was trying to force your knights to move. And I was more thinking in terms of this, which was a funny thing. You
It is
attack
funny,
my
yeah.
knight with your move c5. But I
had to-
really wanted to take your knight away.
That's really
Sorry.
nice. I have to take on d4?
With the pawn or the queen?
No, with the queen.
With the queen.
Yes. So at
Okay.
least I can retake on d5 with a check.
Okay. And I have to find a way of avoiding too many checks. So
And
let's
then knight f5, let's say.
knight f5. At least, you know,
I'm alive.
well, you've got your knight on an anchored square.
If it makes
And
it to
that's-
d4, I have chances.
Hmm.
And
Hmm,
c5 is on the board.
I would rather have
I
made
think-
this a little bit cleaner.
Right, maybe Wesley's planning to just go back to e6 with the knight and then trade queens now that he won the d4 pawn.
But doesn't that, okay, let's have a look.
So instead
Does
of
it,
c4?
yes, apologies. Doesn't that allow this queen to
Queen f2?
meander?
But I thought here I had some check and take on e7. There's got to be some
Okay.
winning line.
Check
King h6.
and take on
No,
e6.
not yet, because there's perpetual right away.
Wow, what an escape that would be.
Um,
Rook g1,
Knight f7 doesn't do anything.
knight f7,
We just go king g7.
g7.
Feels like I should have.
But rook
A win-win
g1
here.
does set up
threaten mate in
nicely
And black has no checks.
a massive, yeah, that knight on g5 covers
And
f3.
you can't defend. If you go queen f6,
Yeah,
how do we finish
maybe
this?
just queen f7. You,
Okay.
you finally.
I wanted a mate, but
I know,
yeah.
I know, but you finally do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one, but Maurice, what's happening in Carissa?
Well, sometimes you just have to hunker down.
Right.
Just hunker down. But if you're tactical like Carissa is, you look
You
at
can.
moves that say, I'm not just sitting here waiting for you to kill me. I want to play for activity. And she did so with her pawn shield being just enough to defend her king. She said, nah, let's go. I'm going to open this up. Now, you see this move and you think opening up the position probably should favor the side that's attacking. And I really needed you. I wanted you to open up the position. What's interesting here is white has, black has a crushing move, but a hard to see move. And I'd like to know if her opponent sees this one. or maybe he's in shock from just seeing the move c4. You see Alice sitting up now in her chair. Well, let's just start first of all with pawn takes on c4. Well, that does allow knight takes, forcing the queen to leave, which is not so bad, and then playing rook to e5. At this position, white can say, yeah, this is what I was playing for, replacing my knight with my rook and having at least an outpost on e5, and I'm not doing too badly. So that's a little bit devious an idea from white. The move she overlooked, however, I mean, there are other moves black could play, and there she missed the killer blow. She played queen to a5. Not a bad move, but it's not the one that would knock her opponent out, and in fact, this allows Carissa to keep defending. The move she had was the offside and otherworldly knight takes on g2. Now, come on, this move, like, why can't we take the piece? Well, because check and your piece is overworked. It is actually not so hard to see the move. The rook can now move to d1, and you won't believe that the best move here is h3. Just protect the knight and keep pushing your pawn. This is the kind of chaos she might have hoped for in this position, but it's not chaotic enough, and you can't start pushing your pawns yourself. So Alice has missed the move. Carissa played a rambunctious move that may or may not work out for her, but Alice could have taken on g2 immediately. Having missed that, as I said, the time pressure starts to become a factor. They're both at 10 minutes now, and going under 10 minutes is Carissa, but we have this position on the board, queen to a5, and did she play rook? Yes, she did. She found her only move in this position, and she is looking for her own counterplay, and it's not, again, the best position in the world, but right here, right now, the engine's giving just knight g6 as the only move for black to keep a real edge, getting rid of the knight on e5. I'm sorry, we're starting to go into that mistake zone more and more. This is seemingly, especially without knight g6, turning into anybody's game.
Thank you, Maurice. I must confess, I did not see the move knight g2, but what I was almost 100% sure was that Alice wanted to play her rook to a5. I was really of the opinion that, and if you play c5, I don't know what, I don't think Carissa.
Just take on b5, right?
I would just take on b5. So I thought rook a5 and rook a8 was,
yeah,
let's go. That's what.
Maybe knight d7 here is unpleasant.
And in case you open up the e file, I was looking at, you know.
Oh yeah, this looks great for black.
Vroop, 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 you know.
And in the current position, Yasser, knight g6 move that Maurice told us about, it's not obvious at all.
Queen a5.
Knight g6 being the only move for Alice to keep an advantage.
Well, the desirable captures would allow knight takes c4, right? So I think knight g6 is idea that to drive the knight away. So hold on, this is what I want to do.
Your king is all alone.
Well, no, hold on. Let's say here, here, here.
Oh, that in between move. That's why it's strong.
Right. That's what. Not to recapture the knight, but to capture the pawn on. I got a queen a3 check
this wins,
on my agenda, and that's what I think.
Yeah, if she spots
why you
this
play
idea.
knight g6. But you're right. Now it's getting at the point where it's taking, you know, these tactical twists, and you have to be so alert with just under 10 minutes on your clock, Maurice.
No, this position is totally chaotic, and I don't think she's going to play knight to g6. I'll tell you right now, because take a look at this. If you play knight g6, and I'll wait for my board. If you play knight g6, and I take on d5,
okay,
what do you do?
Taking on e5.
You take on e5. I take back.
Yeah, and take.
You take on e5, and now you just drop the king back. And I say just drop the king back. Where's the win? I mean, queen a1, king up, rook a2. We're hunting. King d3, and where's the win? Rook d2 to solve that problem. Rook d2. Where's the win? In fact, it's triple zeros on the engine now. Okay? And you will not believe what the right move is. After knight e5 takes, king b1. The engine says the best move to keep edge here is king f7.
No.
Hell to the nah, that's not getting played.
No.
That's completely ridiculous as a move to try to bring the king closer to the passed pawn. No, and under the gaze of this queen, I'm sorry, knight g6 is not getting played. It's madness if her opponent can take on d5 and go into that position. But she's now down to 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Like I said, this one feels like it's going under 5 minutes. Carissa has found a way to mix things up and create chaos now swirling on the board. And Alice doesn't see anything concrete in order to knock her opponent out. She missed the knight g2 opportunity, and that miss has now left her in a little bit of a crisis, trying to figure out exactly what to do. I could see panic set in very quickly.
Thank you for that, Maurice. My opponent plays king f7. I want a wand. I want a triple jack. No, seriously, that never occurred to me. I was completely in a different world. You know, again, I don't understand. The rook on a5 would make so much more sense.
All along. Right?
All along, right? And so now I'm just really confused what she might.
Something.
And the tyranny of the chess clock suddenly.
She's down to 5 minutes now in a very complicated position. The moves that engine suggests are completely unnatural.
Exactly.
This is still game for 3 results. Should we check the other game because Wesley's put in final touches?
Just because, before we go, one quick question. Can I play rook to e6 with the intention of playing rook to
But I have
e6?
knight c4, right? So if I take on d5.
And you're right.
I have knight c4.
Whoops, knight c4.
And she's played rook a7, by the way.
Rook a7. Gosh, it looks artificial, doesn't it?
It does.
Rook a7?
Yep, that's what I see on the board. Okay, she wants to triple on a file and go queen a2.
Gotcha. So her intention.
Carissa can take on d5 and start pushing the d pawn, right? That's a big distraction. For sure, because there's no mates. We know there's no mates. It's just a queen trade.
Well,
d6.
And this.
What's going on?
It's funny how these knights have become such beautiful anchor pieces to protect pawns. No, anything can happen. Sorry, we were going to just check on the Wesley So game as
he played rook g1. He found that winning move, and now I think we're just gonna.
Yeah, this was the. Wait a minute. We had done something.
This was on our analysis, and they followed it exactly.
Yeah.
Here we are, king g7. Okay, what's the winning move? Oh, knight g6. Because I think queen f3 is still not.
Queen f3, rook f.
King h2 first, and then rook g2. And so knight on g6 protects f4.
Oh, that is very, very pretty. Queen f3 check. King h2.
You can even go queen e2, and my knight protects e5 as well. What a hero that knight is.
Exactly. Heroically defending against queen e5, and any discover check is the last rites.
So waiting for knight takes g6, and then we're gonna see a handshake very shortly.
Wesley just double, triple checking that he hasn't overlooked any perpet.
He has 5 minutes to calculate knight g6.
And he would go in tomorrow with the lead, and a draw clinches his first
American Cup
Cup title. Wow. Okay. Knight takes G. So sorry, this is the current position, and
is there anything else possibly for black after knight g6? I don't see anything besides the hope of perpetual check, and it ends in 2 moves.
Exactly. Queen f3 check, king h2, and we've met a dead end.
I have a question, Yasser. If there were no pawns on the board, black would play queen g1 and knight g6.
2 knights.
Queen versus 2 knights. Is it easy?
It's a win. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's a win, but is it easy? There's a handshake.
It is. And Wesley So, who would have thunked it? He was a game behind Fabiano in a classical game. Wow. Okay.
Now
We're
he
going to
goes
let them
into the
discuss things. As
Grand finals with an extra point. Maurice, over to you.
And Carissa, that one has gone wild. The engine is giving triple zeros, but I'm looking at it and saying it could again be anybody's game as the rooks have found the A line and there is a trebling of the major pieces. But there's no mate down here, only a trade. And Carissa is checking it out, what's happening in the position. She has to ignore everything and play the move D6 and say, do your worst. After Queen A2 check, best move, takes, and then Rook takes, the king can start marching up the board. And now you must use this Rook to give check. If you dare use the other Rook to give check, the king runs all the way up and goes, dances like a salsa dancer into the position, takes on B7, and that's all she wrote. So she has to use the other Rook to give check in this position. And now if the king goes up the board, it's actually a mate coming. Rook A4, unstoppable. Rook 8A4 would be unstoppable. If you play the move king to C4, however, trying to hide, then this rook check chases you back to B4. And here, her opponent has to find rook to E3 or rook to C3, one of these moves. There's no clarity. The game doesn't end straight with trades. This is still just wild with mistakes waiting to be made. Alice at 539. Carissa has played D6, having 6:52 now on her clock. Remember, they do get 30 seconds every time they move, but those 30 seconds can just float by and evaporate like summer rain. This one is a brouhaha. Will we see another decisive game the way we just saw in Wesley versus Levon?
Yeah, and with the white king slaloming up the board, it reminds me of the game of Fabi with the white pieces against Levon, and Levon checkmated
on that
with,
H6, right?
With two rooks and a knight.
Mm-hmm.
Here you could see after Queen A2, the two rooks somehow, as Maurice was showing us, making a checkmating pattern.
But it also looks like that after Queen A2, at least Alice is not at risk. She can always give checks and make a draw, right?
Yes, that's the good news for Alice, is that this D6 pawn, as menacing as it is, means that there's still a perpetual check for her. Now, at the same time, she's probably thinking in her mind, you know, I was winning this game.
She wants to win, of course.
Shouldn't I still be winning this game just because?
What an opportunity she missed earlier with knight takes G2. That was brilliant.
But it was completely
you're not
unexpected.
Even looking in that direction.
You're not looking, no.
Exactly.
But that was.
But
the
there
thing.
is
She
no
was
perpet.
looking-
Which perpet are you guys talking about?
This was the knight takes G2 line.
No.
Oh, the knight G2.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying before. I got you wrong there.
And there we do. We do have the Queen A2, and we're about to see, I think, a perpetual now.
How is
There's
there
no perpet.
There's no perpet?
The king marches up.
No, you told me you can't march up.
No, king. I showed you the line with the rook coming down, swooping into the position. But if you play king C4 here, there's no perpet.
There's no perpet?
There's no perpet.
So you go check, king, and there's no perpet?
Wait, rook C to C3?
You can start doing some
Not
dangerous looking things, but there she goes. Yeah, she's asking, you better show us your perpet because I'm not scared anymore. You're the one looking for perpet in this position.
So after rook A3 check, you're saying king C4?
But there's rook C8 and rook C to C3. Then how do you escape checks?
Yeah.
You're still, maybe you're still trying to run
Hold
to
on.
B6?
I can't run forward, right? I cannot. Or
Not yet.
So this one is mate.
Yeah.
Okay. So your only moves are either king C2, king C4, or king B2. And-
Carissa will, of course, try king C4.
Okay. Now the crazy part is, it really looks to me like you're putting your king into some kind, like after B6. No, I'm not. I'm threatening mate.
You are, yeah. I would have to go rook B1 or something too.
Well, we have a crazy position, and we've got Wesley. So I know you won your game, and we'll definitely get to that. Yeah. But you've got to admit, Wesley, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I wouldn't have known what was happening, but I see the bar. Yes.
At least it helps a little bit.
It's perpet. Yeah, perpet.
Where's the perpet? There's no perpet.
It's here somewhere.
You're looking.
Rook E3.
Yeah, fine. And we look at this line with rook down to C3, and then
D5.
A move like D.
It's not perpet though.
It's not perpet.
Because if you go on check, king A5.
Yeah, you have to play this check, and then the king goes up the board. Now you have to find rook C5. I mean, it's dangerous as ever. It looks like
king B6.
King B6 running on the board. What is going on? Rook B take. The king goes and hides down in the other person's position. There's no perpet. And there she goes up the board.
Oh.
This is a fun one, and here comes the first check.
Is she gonna make a draw?
No, I mean, White's fine now. White was busted before, or at least, yeah, White was definitely in trouble before. But here, if she's brave enough, wow. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one, and we'll see.
Maybe she'll take the draw because she thinks that she escaped already and just.
You mean just go backwards on B2 is what you're saying in a
yeah.
practical way.
Yeah, just take. Maybe
she's feeling she's going to spend 2 minutes and make the move King B4. Let's talk about your game as we try to also watch this one. Keep an eye on it as well because all the drama is building. This game, I mean, it was a wonderful game for you. It was, a nice line. You get this position. You get to play knight f5, d4, and the attack just flowed very nicely.
Well, all I can say I didn't really do anything. I think Levon is very tired from all the playoffs, tie breaks that he has to play. They take a lot on your mental energy. So I think he was very tired today. You can see it from his play because it's not like I played anything special. I actually thought like, okay, I play white, so I don't know his intentions. But like 2 years ago, we made 2 draws and went for the rapid. So I thought we'd do the same. But but the position was too complicated. And he surprised me by playing d5 in the opening because I played Nabidito against Hans Niemann, the US champs last year. So I thought Levon would surely be well prepared. But maybe he didn't prepare at all. He just maybe he just rested. That also makes a lot of sense. But I was surprised by his d5. I thought d5 was not very good there. So I wasn't sure where his preparation ended or anything.
I know you're a modest guy, and we liked a lot of your moves. You still had to get the job done despite Levon's fatigue.
Thank you, Maurice. I like it very much, too. So thank you.
Well, I'm just spitting facts. Thank you.
Yeah.
This position. Let me.
The Alice position or my position.
Well, if we could just get your board up, and then somehow we get the other board up as well, because we want to keep following it. Your game is over, so I'm not seeing.
Where are we? We're in the grand finals,
Yeah, I gotta go find your game. Sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, that's
just to find as I get all rounds.
This format's very tricky. No one understands.
Yeah. While I look, I think we're here, but we're not finding the game.
We're going down, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
we should be around 30.
No, it should.
Oh, there.
There we go.
Go to recent.
Look at you finding the place to go. All right, let's go back as we.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
Keep an eye on the left, live board. Yeah, the 2 players playing. And we're going to go back in your game all the way to back where you were talking about the move.
Yeah, like here is very interesting. Okay. I thought d5 was not very good. Here. Because the thing is, Levon plays this line with both colors. If white plays c3, you go d5. If white plays anything, if you play h3, also d5 is good. He played that against Lanier. Meanwhile, if you play rook e1 to stop d5, Levon has knight g4, which he played in the US champs. So I went knight b2, which I played against Niemann. And I thought d5 is not very good here because I didn't waste a tempo on h3, and also my pawn d3 is well protected. But I wasn't sure whether he prepared or anything, but he started thinking here.
Yeah, bishop g4 wasn't considered very good, and suddenly you started doing some things.
Yeah, I thought bishop d6 because here he has to give up the bishop pair. And probably here I can take, Probably it's good for me. So does he play a5? So I wasn't sure if it's prep or anything. But here I thought I had the win like d4, which would have been winning, but he has the move rook a5, which is the only move to survive.
Wow, we didn't even look at that line. Yeah, that's amazing.
Actually, the line goes on. Because I thought d4 looks very natural. Like, maybe I could play this too, rook a5. He always has rook a5. So I thought this a4 was his prep, because he always gets rook a5 by these. Like here, rook a5 is the only move to not get checkmated, but the line actually continues. So I thought about this, and if king h8, knight e7, so you have to take And it looks good for white, but it's very possible that white's also just much worse because
the Indian's not showing anything positive.
Yeah. So but it looks tempting in person.
Indeed, fabulous line. We're still on the watch for the other game. Nothing's happening there yet.
Maybe she'll just take the
You did play knight f5.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's any good.
He had a weird line. I pointed out this move, bishop to g5. And if you play this now, play this move. Because, did you see this? Because d4 doesn't do the same thing anymore. Did you consider this knight g7?
D3, yeah.
Because of d3, yes. Did you look at that move at all?
Yeah, bishop g5. Yeah, for sure. It's a smart move. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do. Queen g3, bishop f6. Yeah,
Right.
It's not easy to see from far. But yeah, bishop g5. But I think what he played is
this
okay,
move, though, you were really doing well.
Am I doing
And I just
that
want to
well?
make sure.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
I just messed that up. Sorry. Let me get to the position.
Yeah, this just yeah.
Let's
She played for a win. Okay, cool.
The king is marched
I
up the
think
board.
She's very courageous to play for a win with 2 minutes left.
Left on the clock.
Yeah.
I just want to get to this one more. So you knew that this was
Yeah.
crushing. Yes, of course. Just
But
checking.
actually, like, it's not. Line still goes on. Yeah, so rook a5
Queen
takes.
takes, takes.
Yeah, and then you get to an endgame, but I shouldn't
you
be.
looked at all that.
Well, yeah, I thought I should be fine here at the very least, but I wasn't sure again whether it's opening prep or he just because d5 is a weird move to play, just to play over the board.
Wow, you're highlighting that d5 move like the rest was academic.
No, it's not academic. But I mean, Levon's known for his fantastic opening prep, so I wasn't sure if it's. But here I thought he could just play knight d7 and then probably just close to equality because if I go rook d1, then the rook comes to defend. I thought it's pretty close to equal.
I don't think the Indian liked this line at all for.
So I was expecting knight d7 because bishop h4, bishop a bit weird here. Yeah, I mean, could very poorly played.
Just quickly now, because you look at the line with bishop e7.
Yeah. Okay, but what if I play the same? Then you get f5. So can I take? I wasn't.
This move.
No, take.
And
Yeah.
swing the rook to f5.
Yeah.
And then maybe kick you out with bishop f8.
Yeah, for sure. It's unclear.
All right, we're seeing.
But the bar likes white, so I'm fine.
Yeah. The other game is showing us that Alice did not play rook c to c3. She played rook to e3, which is supposed to also be okay. She has. Is there a mate threat? Knight d5 is a mate threat.
Actually, how do you play with white? Yeah, I mean, engine gives 0, but how do you play with white?
Good question.
Right? How do you not get mated?
Let's just go forward in your game.
You have knight d3.
Because I can see you're as fascinated as we are. The final point, bishop h4.
Yeah, I thought he was playing very ambitiously because I thought he had to play knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
Because
when you saw bishop h4, did you feel like, yuck? Like what is that?
Yeah, I thought the bishop was weird here. I mean, he was hoping for this, yeah, and then
right.
But even here, computer likes white. Oh, maybe not. But I thought, I could always play safe for rook d1.
That was always a good move.
Yeah, I think f5 was a mistake. I think he had to play here, then rook f5, and then I thought black is just slightly worse or something.
Still in the game.
But still, yeah, bishop. I could go queen g4. Well, I'm not sure if I go queen g4. Queen g4 says rook h5 with f5. Yeah,
so there were still tricks.
Yeah, so I have to find a good square for my queen, which is not so easy. I'm thinking queen a3. Queen a3 beat knight c5, maybe.
All right.
But
Carissa
F5,
Yip down to 136 on her clock. Any blunder could happen at any moment. We can keep track of that. Okay, so then you played bishop h4, and then this happened.
Yeah.
And this was just a disaster. You knew that you were going to win this one now. By
well,
now, yeah?
You never know until your pawn resigns, but I was.
Agreed.
But yeah, I thought his plan was. Well, he said he miscalculated something, but I thought his plan was this to him endgame. But bishop a4, and then b4 is very good for white. So he can't escape the endgame. So I think f5 was a big mistake. Yeah, and then here's just winning.
All right, well, let's just jump to the other game as knight d3 is on the board.
Oh, a bad move, yeah?
And well, in this kind of time pressure, the Indian's not impressed by this move, and it looks though that it's still just a game. Knight d5, king b3, rook d8,
rook b8.
And we're playing chess. What is your guess? Time situation, players?
Well, black is not risking anything, so I wouldn't be surprised if she won, but still, it's most likely result is a draw. But black's not risking anything. He's just knight d5, and he can play for a win without any risk. So we'll see. But still, white shouldn't be that much worse.
No, white is not that much worse as we're seeing the eval bar. So now you're up 1. You draw tomorrow. It's over.
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. But yeah, plans to play good chess. Levon's a very good friend of mine. We've been teammates in the Olympiad for a couple times. Also, he's one of the best chess players who ever lived. So it's always a pleasure to play him, and hope to play good chess. Again, very shocked with the win today. Thought we'd make 2 draws and go to the playoffs, but I wasn't sure what intentions were. So tomorrow, just try to play, and hopefully he's not in his best form. Make it easier for me, but we'll see.
You were in great form today. Well, congratulations. Rest up. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Maurice.
All right. And also, sorry, we do have a gift for you.
Yeah.
The winner of the day, first winner, gets a Q Boutique gift.
I always look forward to this. Wow. First, the book. I really like the Bobby Fischer book.
I tell you, it's a good sign when you're getting a gift because it means that you won. And a very nice cup, a chess cup. Wow, that's a good one. I might have to go get mine over at Q Boutique.
It's really beautiful.
It is really artistic and beautiful.
Yeah, for sure. And also the feel is very nice.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, this is nice. Okay.
Yeah,
you enjoy that. It's heavy too.
Yeah.
I got to get one of those. All right, we're going to go right in the middle of the action over here.
Yeah, for sure.
But congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Maurice.
All right, Wesley.
Congrats, Wesley. And let's jump back into this game. As Wesley said, Black is not risking much. Maybe Alice is playing for more. She has a time advantage. It's 4.5 minutes against 1.5 minutes. I think she played knight d5 check and rook d8. So
yes, as we expected, rook. And I was really surprised that Carissa didn't repeat. She repeated
it's
once.
Not in her nature. It's just not in her nature to make a draw while she can still keep playing, even if she's the one who's slightly worse.
Well, guess what? She's slightly worse. And it's not slightly worse. It's one of those worse where Black has quite the...
But I don't understand exactly why we see Carissa.
Yeah. I mean, whenever we get the knight established on the f4 square, there are always these knight takes g2, knight takes g2, h3 wins,
It's
right?
true, but there she goes, knight d3. I'm not letting you go to f4. And yes, pawns are even, but Black has doubled pawns. So why is Black better?
All right, let's go direct. I'm all about winning pawns. Knight e3. Gift me the pawn.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. So how do I... No h5 businesses.
I just don't see why Engine keeps saying Black is better. It seems very equal to me.
I'm a pawn grabber. Can I grab a pawn?
King b4?
King b4.
Not giving you any free pawns.
You're a very mean person. I don't know what anybody else says. But okay, I've got a majority.
Oh, that's an idea. Create a passer.
Yeah. Maurice, I think Carissa's sense of danger betrayed her on this one.
I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know. This is very close. And I think with the clock situation the way it is, she might know something we don't in terms of how our opponent handles the situation. But I think that she's showing who she is. This one is definitely slightly better for white. For black. But it's not way better. It's not clean. And she just needs to play a few moves, keep the fight alive. Look at that move right there. Attack a pawn. Maybe get the knight to e4 in some position. It's worse. It's worse. But it's not that much worse. That with the clock variance, the variance of the clock is what I'll say. That you're going to play perfect technique and stop her from being able to win the game because it's just so obvious she's busted. But I like the way Alice is using her time at the moment, although that last bit.
Knight c3. I'm assuming the rook is dropping all the way back now. Rook back to d8.
Knight comes back to e4.
Knight comes back to e4. So isn't it time for me to somehow get the majority rolling?
Yeah, it's the only idea, right? Black has h5, g4, and create a passer.
excuse me, maybe but it's a good idea. I mean,
It's a very good idea.
It's a very good idea. Push your passed pawns.
There's also knight d1 to eject the knight.
D1? Oh,
Instead of knight
you
e4.
mean that back here?
Yeah.
Okay, but this is not how you play for a win, is it? I mean, I go back.
Carissa I don't think is playing for a win anymore.
Well, but okay, so
Maybe she is, because she just pushed the pawn to d5.
Her king, pardon me, she went down 2 minutes on her clock, and then advanced her king when she could have allowed a perpetual on spot, right?
What do you think?
Knowing Carissa, she felt, I'm not dead, so why do I take a draw? Even if it's extremely risky, which it is, almost foolhardy. But no, I wouldn't even say that far. I wouldn't go that far. She was definitely worse, but I don't think she was that much worse that she's not allowed to even try. And now that this last move has been played, she is pretty much not worse at all, according to the engine. If she plays d6 right now,
d6,
d6,
d4,
g6. Her idea is to play knight a4, and you will have to pay attention to that. Don't ignore it.
Oops, sorry. d6 with the intention of knight. So
I think we have to run, right? g4. It's a race now.
I mean,
g4, take it.
Takes back. Knight a4. G3.
Wow, this is a race. First. Oh, sorry. Knight a4 first.
Yeah, white plays knight a4.
3. This is a race where
Knight b6. If I had the tempo. H3.
This is
H3, and when you take, I have rook d6. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm confused. Yes.
Yes, same. I was just starting with a different move order.
Yeah, because you can't play rook
That's
d1,
crazy.
and your knight's certainly not getting back. d6.
Well, we're going to see this. It's going to happen.
This will be quite a jolt. Rook takes d6 and h3.
She's fine in that position too.
She's fine.
She's fine many ways, in fact.
Wow. Okay, so we're looking at g4, Maurice. You captured. I wasn't sure that you had to.
Yes.
But if you did, and then we were looking at knight a4, we were looking at g3, and we were looking at, there we go, knight takes b6, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, and you were saying, I'm fine in this position?
I guess rook d7 and checks. But when you go to the 5th rank, then I don't know what I do. How do I catch you? And where are you going?
Well, you can't check me here.
There is knight d5, though.
Oh, shoot.
And
okay,
then
if
I
I'm
can
in
catch you.
it, can I do something?
Okay.
Now, if you
Another
give me a
check.
check, then I'll go king 8, king. Oh, you're going to
She
hit
takes
me
H.
on rook g8. You take,
Can't go far.
Okay.
This is a study-like position.
This is crazy. Oh no, if I go king here, it's the same
Yes,
thing.
you
Then you
take.
take.
And then check, check, right?
Okay, sorry. I thought, aren't I clever? Aren't I winning? You can't give me rook d5. You can't play rook d1. You can take, and there's a girl, but there's a skewer. Oh, that's a crazy line. That is
nasty, actually, if black walks into this. So black has to go back king g7 and just allow the perpetual.
Acquiesce to a draw. And well, f takes g3 on the board. We're seeing this incredible race.
Now knight a4. And
well,
fighting chess, fighting draw. Yes, you did not have to risk this, Carissa. And I'm sure your coach is thinking, oh gosh, she did it again. But that's Carissa Yip. That's why she wins the big ones.
Right.
She's won 4 U.S. titles. She won the Cairns Cup. She's about to be a GM. She's not fearful. The girl's just not afraid.
That's
how she plays.
Has no fear. Quick question. Knight F. Okay, I understand. But if I just take this pawn, trade rooks, and make a queen, I got the game. I'm clinching, aren't I?
Yeah, that's simpler for black to take no risks, right? Wait,
Well,
knight takes b6.
Why is this no?
Oh, you think black is winning, but my knight's coming back.
It,
I take.
I never imagined your knight making it
Also,
all the way
1, 2,
back.
3. I'm in time. I can play knight c4.
Knight c4? Oh my goodness. Why does knight c4? So h3,
Yeah, I'm
you
right on
take
time.
on d6. So let me just show the audience this one. You take on
Meanwhile,
d6.
Carissa's under a minute. She's
And-
calculating all those crazy lines.
And you're just in
Oh,
time.
she didn't play it.
She didn't go for knight a4. She went to e4.
Okay, now I'm
She's
confused.
worried about Alice's pawns. Of course she is.
With reason. Understandably. So knight, okay, so we've been looking at variations with g3 intending h3, right?
Yes, that's actually very scary. How do you avoid this? Can you go knight g5?
Knight g5, my goodness. Knight g5. Okay,
Maybe king f6.
King f6. I'm having a hard time understanding what's going on in this ending.
There's so many things going on. It's ridiculous because you can also sack the knight on g2 in some variation and go for the 2 pawns. I mean, not this one, of course. The only thing for Carissa is she no longer has real counterplay. The pawn is firmly blockaded, and black is the one trying to get the construct right.
Right.
So that's the only thing I'm afraid of for her, that she has to keep the position. The other thought, though, that she has is, can I start bringing my king closer and help out as well? She could play king c3 and then maybe play for king d4 and king e5 and then king d5, king c. This is a count. This is not easy to calculate. Even if you had 20 minutes on your clock, they have to play intuitively and hope that the easy moves, or the obvious moves, are the right ones. And you see her there. She's just
Alice is pausing because
just got to make a move somehow.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to calculate it.
Well, I'm sitting there thinking it's so much easier to play the black side of this. You scared me with knight a4. Let's be honest. I mean, that's a scary move. But then when I saw knight f5, I thought, okay, I didn't look at the this whole business that we were doing with rook takes d6. That was fun. Rook e2.
Very impressive move by Carissa. Pushing
Rook e2.
Pushing the knight back. The knight's stopping you from bringing your king closer.
Well, didn't the knight want to go back to f5?
No, because now you can just
go back to d2.
Yeah, but then I got you're stuck. Aren't your pieces stuck?
The king is coming.
Black is also stuck.
The king is coming, so your pawns didn't go anywhere.
King e6?
Wait,
pardon me, king f7, king e6? I want to take a pawn.
Do you get to that pawn?
Isn't that...
Are you sure you get to that pawn?
I just want to take a pawn.
If there isn't one, you got to write one.
Okay, so king f7. Why don't I want to take a pawn?
When you get to e6, I'll give you knight g5 check.
So you want to go king c3, perhaps?
Yes.
Sure, king c3.
So I'll go like a hero.
Knight g5 check.
King
e5,
here?
rook e2 check.
No, okay, king f6.
And she's doing it. No, the better move.
This is good.
No, but rook e2 instead of knight g5 check when you put your king on e6.
Sorry, what did we do? We
That's
did
better.
something
After
wrong.
king
No,
e6.
keep going. King c3, king e6, rook e2.
King c3, king e6.
Rook
e2.
e2 is strong, very strong.
Not knight g5,
Yes.
rook e2. Oh, look at this
And
fancy
you can't touch the
pants.
pawn, and you can't play king d5. So your king has to back up now. Knight c5
To
is
go
a
back
threat.
to f7, yeah.
Oh, but that's not what I wanted. So you're saying that I can't play king. You're ready to meet king e6 with rook e2. Got it. Okay, I didn't quite grasp that moment. Wait a minute. I'm just a second. You guys are cheating me. King e6, rook e2. Okay, what's your threat? Knight c5 check.
Knight c5, yes.
Okay. big
Also, I
deal.
can take on g3.
Knight g3 check is also a threat.
Oh, knight.
And she has played king c3. Kudos to these young ladies for playing just
Wow.
star moves. I mean, just wonderful.
Wow.
We've got an
Okay.
engine helping us, and we're talking, the three of us. They've got clock ticking down, and they are finding moves, fighting it out. This is just absolutely impressive.
Here we go. here we go. So G3 on the board, rook E2, knight F5. She's played rook to D2, king F7. See, I thought Alice was playing for the win in the sense that she could have played knight E3 and repeated the position. She didn't play knight E3. She said, I've got your pawn blockaded. I'm just going to triumphantly march towards the king. Move rook E2 dissuade me, and I had to go back.
Maybe Black can play some waiting moves. Start with rook D8. Yes.
I like rook D8.
Yeah.
I think that she's played king E6. And
will Carissa find?
Yeah, only move, and she did it instantly too, by the way.
Asked and answered.
And king F7. And once again, Carissa is the one, you know, holding on tooth and nail with move rook D2. Now, it's crazy that, okay, so give me a move for white after, let's say, I pass.
King C4.
King C4. And now I can take with a check, right?
Knight G5 check.
So no rook E2.
No rook E2 anymore.
Okay, gotcha.
Also,
Knight
the rook is not needed where it is. So there's rook D3 if you make a waiting move, if you're trying to get him in Zugzwang.
Okay,
Knight F3, so I can take your H4 pawn.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so here we start having some fun, right? H3.
Take.
And
I'm either fine or you're about to have an extra queen.
Yeah, that's my feeling too.
Yeah, this is very.
It.
I mean, I can see it says it's still equal, but it's very scary.
It's equal, but you want to play the black side
Yeah,
of the
for
equality, right? Yeah, that's the way I feel about it as well. Okay, will she play rook D? Because she's got it.
She's got the perpetual now. She can play
If
king
Alice
E6.
wants to play and make a draw, king E6. But also she's a minute ahead on the clock, and that factors as well, right?
It's not that much time. They get 30-second increments, so extra minute in this position is not that big of a deal.
Well, if I'm black, I do like rook D8 and just challenging my opponent to, yeah, I understand you have a draw, but find it.
But rook D8, there's rook D3, there's rook D1. Nothing changes.
Well, rook D3 and rook D1 are, okay, rook D1, doesn't that invite a knight E3?
And now the pawn's not hanging, so just put the rook back.
Just a second. Rook D1, knight E3, rook back, and I can't.
King E6.
King E6 you somehow. Those
Making some
pawns are
progress,
just
but
so
it's just still
close.
not good enough to win.
Wow.
Also, your H pawn.
Yeah.
You know, that knight G5 check and knight F3 is always on tap, and your knight will have to go back. So it's a lot to calculate. And now she's under 2 minutes. And this is where the heart starts to beat a little bit faster.
Yeah.
And you think, you know what? Let me get out of here because I don't see anything forced. I'm just kind of risking things right now with my clock being in such a bad state. And that's exactly what she thought. Let me just get out of here. And they're repeating. You'll see King F7 next. Or we would assume she's going to play King F7.
Knight takes G3, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that's too clear a threat. And now just rook back. And already is Carissa checking. I think if I play rook D2, I'm thinking I'm seeing a threefold repetition there. Let me call the arbiter over. And Alice is already leaning back saying, yeah, you do you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Carissa's about to stop the clock and claim repetition. Wow, what a save by Carissa. She played all the best moves in the endgame. Only moves, too.
Yeah. And Alice is saying, you know, I had something, didn't I?
Yeah, they're discussing the game now.
I think that rook A5 moment, I don't say that would have necessarily won the game,
Maybe we
but
can
somehow
hear the players. No, there's no mics nearby.
No. The tripling on the AE file looked impressive, but in fact, it just led to a queen trade. It wasn't, it didn't bring home the big.
But guys, the
Maurice.
moment was knight G2.
Yeah, that's crazy moment.
Yeah,
I mean,
she just missed the moment, but she was. Oh, I was wondering if it was a true repetition. It looks like she still needs to play yet another move before making the claim. They're not done yet.
Oh.
No, no, they're
No,
done.
they're-
just-
Or are
they're-
they
they're
analyzing? Did
done.
she say, oh, okay, looks like they are. No,
Yeah,
they
they're
are
analyzing.
Sorry.
Here, play another repetition. It was a shocking moment here of c3, c4, and the entire theater of battle has moved to the queen side, so that Alice was even tripled on the A file at one time. Knight takes g2 is an accidental tourist kind of move, like, what? Knight takes g2 right here. When you told me that this move exists, I was like,
just appeared out of nowhere, yeah.
yeah, because the whole point is the knight is immune. There's queen takes d4. We're threatening to capture the rook, and then there was some incredible violation.
Just h3.
To add the discomfort was the pawn went to h3 as well, and this apparently is just marvelously good for Alice.
Let's check today's results.
Wow.
We had 2 classical games in both women's and open section. In open section, Wesley managed to defeat Levon Aronian.
Simply superb game by
with the
Wesley.
white pieces. Levon will have his chance to come back tomorrow. And in the women's section, it was a draw between Carissa and Alice.
Quite the tumultuous draw with both ladies having chances, and at the end, Alice, I liked her ending position.
And just to remind everyone, tomorrow, grand finals, second of 2 classical games. And if we have a tie after that game, then we'll see Blitz playoffs.
Tomorrow, exactly, just after the classical games, any ties will go to Blitz. Now, keeping in mind, both Carissa as well as Wesley have an extra life.
They do.
So should they lose those Blitz playoffs tomorrow, they still get
Another day of, is it classical chess, rapid?
No, then it will be it will be as if
Rapid,
it
right.
would be an elimination.
Yeah.
But like playoffs.
But that would be on the next day.
Exactly. Yeah, we're just waiting to be
Maybe
joined
we can
by
interview
the
them
ladies.
together, Carissa and Alice.
Too much togetherness.
Too much.
They're so friendly that they'll compliment each other, and it's terrible.
I think it'd be fun.
Terrible,
but,
yeah.
Carissa doesn't seem so happy, but she doesn't know
She
that
had the
Alice
white pieces.
True, but Alice had more chances today than
Oh,
Carissa.
oh, for sure. And well, where the judgment went wrong was an extraordinary moment, and a surprising right here, the move f3. We all wanted her to play f3. She thought, I will be clever. I'll include the move h4 before I play f3. And Alice said,
Just to weaken Black's king side.
exactly.
Yeah.
I'll take it. And then Carissa went, well, that's strange.
You're not supposed to take that pawn on h4.
You know, that pawn on h4 turned out to be a really useful pawn.
And then e3 was the key move as well for Black.
Exactly. And then Alice actually took over and came up with this very clever idea.
A4
Bishop takes b5
yeah.
and a4.
No,
That was
this was
nice.
a very interesting game.
Yeah.
From start to finish, we saw so many different things happen in this game and back and forth.
Exactly. One more look at this particular position in with the knight on b5. White's king is so incredibly safe, and that was why we were thinking f3 right away. And it was remarkable that Alice found a way of literally getting at White's king with this I wanted to say a4
yeah.
and a3. That shows determination, doesn't it?
Yes, she never took her eyes off of the queen side. She's
No.
like, one day I'm gonna get to her king, and she did go the pawn a3, a takes
Yeah.
b, and weakened White's king completely.
And then at a certain moment, once she got in the move g5 as well, by the way, there was an extraordinary moment. For those of you who are joining us late, there was a very, very strange pattern that I'm absolutely not used to seeing. It was a day of overworked pieces. But the extraordinary pattern that I'm about to show is this idea that this knight on f4 must defend g6 and must defend g2.
That works if king is not on g7, because here it doesn't work as well.
It doesn't?
No. We
Because
were looking at rook a8 instead of king g7.
oh, I
And
apologize.
then that's where that sacrifice works. So rook g1.
Okay, rook g1. Yeah.
Rook a8.
Rook
Now we
a8,
take
not
on
king
g6.
g7. And then this very, very nice and very unusual for me pattern. And then the idea is if you play king g7 to
We have queen
continue queen
d3.
d3. Yeah,
Yeah.
Maurice was showing us some very nice variations from this that actually favor Carissa if you ever get,
Slightly.
yeah.
Yes.
So quite the fight that was going on
And there
here.
were so many lines that both of these players calculated that never happened at the board. But there's so many fun lines and crazy lines that we were checking out too. And I'm sure both of them, they calculated most of these lines, I'm sure.
Right.
But let's go over to Maurice. He's with Carissa Yip.
Thanks, guys. Well, Carissa, you had a nice position on the opening, kind of a position that you wanted. And here you played a move that seemed like it made logical sense, but later turned out to not work out so well.
Yes, that's a good assessment. What happened, Maurice?
What was your feeling in this moment? Did you realize that this was a bad move when she took?
Sorry, I'm still on edge. I was just like, here I spent 20 minutes. I felt my position should be very good. But I was debating between f3 or inserting h4 first. But I think I just sort of underestimated g takes h4, which is kind of like a unintuitive move in the sense that, you know, when white plays h4 in the structure, black rarely takes, but black just has such a grip on the dark squares. But yeah, f3, should have just gone for this, and then ensure like knight f5, g3, gets a little messy.
Now, that's my question to you, because usually people avoid playing their most natural move because something threw them off. Is this a line you were looking at as you were calculating that you felt like it was?
I mean, this was like this looked good to me. I wasn't sure. But I think I was just like, if h4 first, and like, I don't know, maybe she goes like g4, then when f3 comes, there's no more knight f5. And so I was looking at like this position, which looks pretty good for white too.
So you're basically trying to suppress an idea, and it turned out that she could just take.
Yeah, I just underestimated this taking.
Yeah, I remember the first time I was describing a moment with watching Grandmaster Yermolinsky play, and I saw him see a pawn push like this, and he instantly took. And I was shocked that you could just take the pawn. And it turns out that in her position, she could do this as well. And now she's able to just get this grip you talked about. Then you were in...
Yeah, this is very nice. e3, queen takes, rook d8, and then this bishop d7.
Yeah, that's
and my
real.
knight on e1 is kind of stuck.
Well, and then you had to try to survive the position, and things weren't so easy when she threw this pawn down here. What were you feeling right about this stage?
You know, actually I sensed that we both had to be quite precise. And here I spent a while because I wanted g3, takes, king g7, g1, g2, say here, and then queen h6. But this just felt so dangerous
This pawn
for
on
me.
g2?
Yeah, I mean, you know, white has, I mean, all of my pieces are in the attack, but it felt like, you know, it felt a little shaky. It felt a little shaky here, so I didn't really want to go for it, and I figured I could just try to hold.
I just want to point out the line. The engine gives this move can be met by
there's
queen takes f4,
yeah, some queen takes f4 stuff
and
I
then
saw.
get this as a draw.
Yeah.
Because running up the board would be slightly problematic after king here and rook f7. Quite beautiful finish. So you were just estimating that. We did have a line that was a little bit weird here after g2. Rook g1 was necessary.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And after rook a8, rook g6 was necessary. Did you look at this at all? Because this looks...
No, I mean,
really
I looked
crazy as a
at
pattern.
this king g7 line, and then I looked at g2 immediately, and g2 immediately felt kind of unpleasant too. So, yeah, I ultimately decided to just kind of try to hold on the queen side, even though my king's very weak.
Yeah, this is a hard game to play. I want to say, you know, I don't know how it sounds, but we're really proud of how you two played because you guys played at a very high level. It was a fascinating game for us to commentate on, and a lot of lessons learned, in fact. Let's get to this point. At some point, you you started playing ambitiously. C4 with your king a little bit exposed, and you felt that you could play this way and get away with it.
Actually, here we're both like quite low on time already, but Rook A5 is coming, which is pretty annoying. And so, yeah, I figured C4 to deal with the threat and kind of, I don't know, we're low on time.
Right. Did you?
I missed knight takes G2 completely.
Did you two hear about it later, or?
We did.
Yeah, knight G2 would have been a very upsetting thing to land on the board.
Yeah.
Based on the tactic, just for the fans to see that this knight is hanging in
Queen C3, Rook A2.
Queen C3, and it's all she wrote as the rook is hanging across. You can't leave your queen. So that would have been a moment. That would have been a cold shower.
Yeah.
But then you started defending quite tenaciously, and it started becoming unclear until we got to this moment, and we thought you would just chill and take the draw, and you said, nah, I'm just... Actually, you went up to B4, you went up to C4 after making a couple of moves. Why did you feel, let's be bold? Your king looked like it was going to come under heavy fire.
No, it looked okay.
That's what she said, Yaz. I should let you know right now. That's the kind of lady she is.
Yeah, it took like a few minutes on this one. Didn't look like I was getting checkmated, so I figured I could go for it.
Why not? Indeed. That's the fearless fight we like. And then it still got a little bit thorny. Black really didn't have any dangerous things to worry about. Were you worried at all in this next sequence?
Here, this was all fine. This was okay. But, okay, kind of around here, I was getting worried because I originally wanted like this knight A4. And then I was looking at G3, takes H3, and yeah, I actually couldn't quite figure out where my draw was here.
So you saw the danger here, which is why you didn't play
Yeah, this is
knight A4.
actually kind of interesting because D1's covered, right?
Right.
And so...
It turns out that...
Turns out this is...
That's one way.
Okay.
Which is kind of crazy, and you don't have to play, though. But starting to check actually works. You can check with that. The checks, and then you're able to get behind. And she can't really hide. She has to worry about too many tricks.
Okay, yeah. But it's kind of hard to see in advance, and so I went for this knight E4, which, I figured I kind of had to defend, like, a worse position, but shouldn't be losing because I always have this, like, Rook E2 trick. Yeah, and afterwards we were looking at Rook D8, but I guess white can kind of just, just sit a little, defend the worst Rook endgame eventually.
But you were okay. It wasn't dead. Well, tomorrow, I mean, you are on the bubble with her. You've got to beat her tomorrow to even have a second chance. What are your thoughts going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, today was a big fight, so hopefully it was fun for you guys.
It was.
And we'll see how tomorrow goes.
All right, we'll get your rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Carissa, making it an incredible fight. Very, very
Yes, and
nice.
also thank you, Carissa and Alice, for giving us such a fight.
Absolutely. Results.
Let's take a look.
And what a big result it was for one Wesley.
Absolutely, and he didn't expect it himself. He was expecting 2 draws, but Wesley won in the first classical game against Levon Aronian. They'll play their second game tomorrow. Carissa and Alice are tied. They'll also play tomorrow with reverse colors.
Flipping colors, and we'll see if Levon can equalize the match that Wesley did. And just to remind everybody about tomorrow.
Right, tomorrow is the grand final, second of the 2 classical games. And if there's a tie, we'll see Blitz playoffs. And now Maurice is with Alice Lee.
We're with Alice Lee after a draw with her bestie, Carissa Yip. Alice, this one, it seemed like she had a little something in the opening, but it's a line that you had seen before, played before even, a couple of years ago. And then things got a little funny, a little F3 break. Things could have happened. What were you feeling coming out right in this position in the opening?
Actually, I drastically overestimated my position. I thought I was doing okay here. I just didn't realize that like her attacks were coming so quickly. So, yeah, but definitely, I was kind of expecting something like actually. I asked my friend what he thought that she would play, and he said, "Oh, she'll probably play the bishop's opening." So
really,
so I took a bit of a look, but it did deviate from the games that I played a couple of years ago. So then she seemed to have some better prep than me.
Yeah, she had this moment when she could have played f3 and would have been problematic for you. She played h4. You did take a little bit of time, but finally you decided to take, and she said that's the move that surprised her. She didn't realize it was so good.
Yeah, I think I saw it, like after takes, because I guess she just doesn't have much to do. Like the engine says g3, but I think knight h3 looks quite pleasant for black. So, yeah.
Not a brave move in your opinion? It could be a little bit dangerous around your king, no?
I thought my king was pretty safe actually, because my knight on f4 is so good. So as long as I'm able to like back it up, then she doesn't really have like, even if she manages to open the g file, like my knight on g6 is still good.
Good point. Very good point. And you had two knights that can go there, as a matter of fact. Then there was a moment as the game got wild. Your e3 was excellently done. Would you start thinking, wait a minute now, I'm sorry, I think I'm coming after you?
Yeah, I definitely thought that I had a much better position here, and it's also much easier for me to play. But yeah, like I never saw anything too clear, although I think the engine does disagree with me.
Well, it got clear at one moment. You must know now that later, as you consolidated your position, and she played this wild move c4, that this was in fact a massive blunder.
Yeah, as soon as I got down to the basement, I wonder, Wesley and Semi now asked me like why I didn't take on g2. I just never considered it, I think. Otherwise, or maybe I did, but then like for some reason I had like this very bad blind spot, like knight takes g2, rook takes g2, I can just take on d4. I think I just might have missed that, which is kind of bad, but.
Yeah, definitely a big mistake there in the heat of battle and time pressure as well. And then she played on in this endgame. Were you surprised, or did you say, nah, it's Carissa, she'll keep playing no matter what?
I wasn't surprised. I thought I was actually not sure what to do after king c4, but she was spending so much time before she played it, so then I was actually like able to come up with this rook c8, rook e3. Otherwise, I thought it was a bit difficult.
All right, well, the game ended in a very enterprising draw. You got a big one tomorrow. Obviously, if you win tomorrow, it's over. Your thoughts going in?
Well, it's not easy to beat Carissa, so, it's, I mean, of course I would like to win, but, I'll just play the game and see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get your chance to rest, and thanks for entertaining us. Good game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Indeed, Alice, thank you very much. Very entertaining game, especially towards the end, as both
in time trouble, they kept
were
finding the best
ambitious.
moves.
They were just trying.
Both playing for a win too.
Not that I have been excellent on my predictions.
Left in the game, huh?
But you got a horse in the race, as does Maurice. Pretty. As does Var.
And as does Var, yes.
As does Var. Yeah. But I'm taking a pause on this one. Maurice, you get to say the final word of this grand finale.
I was very impressed by two things. One, how Wesley So handled his business, just so clean. Like, oh, the guy played a bad move in the opening. He looks a little tired. And I gave him a beat down. Okay, he didn't say that, but wow. Just wow. What accuracy. He showed his world-class play. Don't make mistakes against those guys. They will make you suffer and sometimes just make you bleed instantly. I mean, he just played so well in that game. And the other thing I was impressed by was how the two young ladies handled themselves. Yes, there was one hiccup, definitely. There was a mutual blindness, no doubt. She didn't see the sacrifice, neither saw the sacrifice on G2 when the opportunity arose. But otherwise, just for the entire game, the level of play that they maintained, and especially in that end game and the fight that Carissa showed when she said, nah, I don't see how I'm losing, so I'm just going to keep playing chess. That's not typical. That says these kids got heart. And that heart is what's going to take them easily to the GM title.
Absolutely. Great ambition.
They're both such fighters.
Absolutely.
Yes,
as we say,
day.
It was a nice day.
It was a nice day.
Good fight. More to come tomorrow.
Don't forget to join us tomorrow for the grand final second classical game. And thank you so much for watching.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.